Good morning, everybody. I am absolutely not muted. Muted. I figured in an effort to celebrate the last time we might see 150 for a long time, it was fitting after all we've been through. We will see 150 again soon. Everyone having a normal morning. Gherk appears. Everyone screams about his hat. Yep. I've been thinking about our tips touching all night long. Beautiful. I'm not going anywhere. Relax, Johnny. Not gonna get rid of me that easily. The price action be caused by a gradual share recall in order to keep relationships between lenders and lendees. No, I don't think we've seen sufficient volume for that. Did I save this? Oh, okay. I mean, the hat already has a raised surface. You can't touch it, though. Can we get Stickle out there to kick off OPEX, please? Thanks for the edutainment. Yeah, why not? What is it? There he is. Heads up, you're replaying a VOD from an old stream. Very funny, Zakir. That's on price action September 25th on the 1 minute candle for 11:27 a.m. For Jimmy? Can't even go back that far on the 1 minute? I don't think I can go back that far, dork. Option strat is down, bullish. Yeah, I can only go back to June 13th on the 1 minute. Are we degenerately buying weeklies? I mean, I guess you can if you want to. Do you mind giving us a quick rundown of the tip touching theory and how it's performed historically? I feel like the chart answers the tip touching theory questions and its historic performance. I don't know what else you want me to say. I'm not even sure we know entirely what we're looking at. RSS is having a meltdown this morning. Yeah, I heard all about it. Ding ding, by the way. Not everyone is a chart reading specialist. I don't think you need to be one. Thank you so much, Sang. What happened last night that made y'all so bullish suddenly? Was it GM going up? No. Although GM did go up. Has SPY found support at 393, or do you think that's too flimsy to hold? I think it can continue to just chop in this area. There's upside resistance at 398. There's some support at 395. So, yeah, we'll see. Ooh, big shorting. That's exciting. It's everyone selling out of their CS accounts to buy back at Fidelity when they get their checks in 3 weeks. Your stream card is from role models. I know. This sounds like whoever made the stream card should have just made it Monty Python and not role models. It's 2021. You're feeling awfully low about your GME investment. You find a guy wearing a cookies hat who seems like he knows what he's doing compared to your smooth brain, and he draws pickles on slow days. Thanks, Chaos. What's your best currently about how they seem to have managed to dodge OPEX? I think the July OPEX shit is probably covered already. I don't think, I mean, there wasn't that much of it, right? The June OPEX stuff, who the fuck knows where it is? Fun. You get your cash directly wired to your bank account in 4 days. Does pulling shares from CS cost GameStop money? Pulling shares? I have no idea. We don't have their fee schedule, right? If they could wait to drop the price until after the split, that would be great. That's, well, hold on. That's when they're gonna drop the price, bro. Ooh, big shorts. Bipolar bear. I'm a bear. Congratulations. It's not right. I want to see this shit off. Hmm. Doop, doop, doop. Some very interesting volume this morning. Check Pigeonwell's hat. Praise be to Stefan. Praise be to the cookies hat. May we never forget triple digit prices. Riku. Oh god damn. Where the fuck did you get a safari hat? uh there's something wrong with you, Darth Dad. I can see myself replaying these videos in the future at my massive house in the background as I do some housework to remind me of the time I was going through this whole journey. Well, provided YouTube doesn't, like, take him down by then. Bear Mancat getting a hard on for this opening bell price action. He knows better. He's as a veteran of hundreds of GameStop opening bells, JFresh doesn't get his hard on until 1269. Crazy how we're all gonna be Bezos rich tomorrow. That's not how this works. What the fuck is going on here? Hmm. That's interesting. Hmm. Where are VUP tips? Well, they're not touching yet. Relax. Also, I can't get TradingView to open. I need a cigarette. That was amazing. Why aren't you saying what you're thinking? I don't know. I wasn't really thinking anything. I've done chugs with the safari hat for like 8 months. It was my great grandpa's from World War II. It just looks more safari today. Which stock do you hate more than AMC? Aider. Although I don't know if I hate it more than AMC. I hate it almost as much. What a crazy day. If you're a DFE, what would you be doing with your position right now? I probably would have sold covered calls at like 180 yesterday. Congratulations on being a bear, bipolar bear. You got shorted, Holmes? A little bit. I do boosted Siggy. I mean, just tank. It ticked down. I don't know if it tanked. Uh, I'm a bear. Okay, congratulations, bipolar bear. Is today the record date? No. The 18th was the record date. Although the record date's mostly irrelevant. Is this how the split works? We drill to the post-split price, right? We'll see. Thoughts on BBBY 550s? Could be okay. Are they worth anything? Like for what expiration? They're worth $15 for tomorrow. Good for August, they're not fucking worth much. I'm a bear. Okay, you keep saying that. I understand. I do not like this shit at all. This is poop. We're going to recover here. Get rid of my in the money calls. It doesn't look good. But it's confusing because the SPY is not really dropping. I don't think they can short us that all that much. Okay, bipolar bear. That's enough out of you. Bipolar bear is shorting us. It's a sign. Hmm. Curious. It really do be like this. Yeah, it really do. Opinion on next week. Big downs with GDP and the Fed. Probably, yeah. I think once we start to actually get some economic data and following up CPI, that we're going to see quite a lot of downside. What is BBBY doing today? Looks like it's about to shit the bed. Trust it. Don't trust it one bit. At least we have some volume this morning. Is this super stonks selling shares because they think they'll get their dividend tomorrow? RSI just hit 30 on the 30. Yeah, it's tanking. We're like way oversold already. Bipolar bear wants you to know he's a bear. I see it. SPY all over the place today. It's really not doing anything. There was some economic data this morning, but nothing important. It's like jobless claims and one of the manufacturing indexes. I'll take my profits on those while they're still worth money. Those I'll keep. They're already worthless. Snap has earnings tonight, right? BBY bar rate cut in half. Are we bullish on Snap? I might be. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Maybe I'll be bullish on it intraday. Hmm. See how it looks by close. Did JFresh just become the wealthiest pickle in here? I think his puts are much lower. I'm not sure though. Sometimes you just bought 3 million and 115 calls with 30 DTE on GME. Interesting. Are you sure they were bought? Yeah, I'm out of my OPEX positions right now. Hmm. Interesting. Here's your coffee. Sorry I was late, but Carl's stand-up ran over time as usual. I let JFresh outside because he had to go, but he's run away. Do you have his tracker? I'm using your credit card for today's membership Splividend event. Hope that's okay. Stay cheerful. Oh Jesus fuck, bedhead. No. Don't use my credit card for it. We'll find JFresh later. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I appreciate it. Guys, give Bedhead a big shout out for hooking you up with some Cornishine memberships and welcome aboard. I have a new song, Bedhead. I think this is the perfect moment to commemorate with it. Oh, damn it, where'd it go? Here it is. This one's by Yuri. Thanks, Yuri.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire up, don't be late, get some, stand, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face,
Jesus. It's working. Thank you so much, man. Another 50 memberships. Welcome aboard, everyone. And now I buy back all my fucking calls again. Jesus fucking Christ. Pretty sure that's to play the song again. Alright, fine.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
If we start chanting VUP, does that make us more cultish? Probably. The only thing more bullish than that song is your hat. Thanks, Carl. I like the new song. It smacks. Congrats to the staff musician. Thank you so much, Bithead. One more time for the kids in the back. All right, fine, Mike. I appreciate it, dude.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase.
That's super awesome, Yuri. Thank you.
Get some, set it, stop as we rock.
You should post your like SoundCloud or whatever in the music channel if you want. Wake up, babe. The new girl just dropped. Pickle jar never ceases to astonish. Yeah, it doesn't. Can we get some full bear? That's not a song. We play the upside around these parts. And sometimes the downside. But I just bought more calls on the dip, so we're going up. Did you buy weeklies? No. August. You missed my Ko-Fi. I didn't miss your Ko-Fis, Bipolar Bear. I'm well aware that you're a bear. Which makes me think that you bought puts at close last night and they printed hard. And if they did, congratulations. Where can I get an OG Billionaire song? It's my favorite. OG one. That was Ben, right? Like the oldest one? Let me see.
Yo, let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Is OPEX over? Or can the volume still come in? I mean, it could, but I don't see it. I just boofed 69 shots of espresso. Now I can taste colors. If we VUP, I will shed this gold foil and transcend to pigeon whale. Riku. Thank you so much, gold foil jumpsuit. Stonk, Kyote. Darth Dan is my spirit animal. He's an animal. If people have to actively say they are in a cult, they're in a cult, right? No, we're not in a cult. What are you talking about? Play Rocket Man. Play Rocket Man. Wait, this place hasn't turned into the weirdest piano bar. Carry on then. Thanks, Atwell. Enjoyment. Do you guys remember this one? Where is it? Hold on. I think this was the first Pickle song. No, wait, that's not it. Son of a bitch. I gotta find it. Mm. God damn it. Is it visceral? No. Who the fuck wrote it? Praise movie what? Praise movie what? Fucking view up the lights. We need more fucking bowls. We need more bowls. God, no, it wasn't this. It is way too early in the fucking morning for that shit. Ow. No, it wasn't that one, Miles. Fuck. No, the goddamn intro song. I'm gonna find it. What's the stock doing? No, being shitty. Wait, hold on. There it is. You can't just come at me with fucking Dan music first thing in the morning like that, Dan can. Jesus, I need more coffee. We're way too fucking long if we have nostalgia already. Fuck you, Carl. I think all of them are on the Discord. Or they should be. Carl, you have to have a whole bottle of wine. Who are you kidding? Wasn't Mo Money before that one? That was the Dillionaire song. That was this one.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Do we want OPEX? Do I need to go to Aldi? Dear God, Carl, don't drink Aldi wine. You're, well, never mind. Bro, 500,000 volume. Yeah, I know. It's not great. You were gonna say you're better than that and caught yourself. Stopped myself. We don't need Carl getting too full of himself. I get this stuff so cheap it's legally wine product. Imitation wine. Have Coors or Mo Money ever contacted you about the diss tracks? I don't think Coors ever got one. I did a DD about him one time where I implied that he might be Rick of Spades. And maybe or maybe not puts bananas in his butt. But, you know, the evidence was only circumstantial. I still can't find that DD. I have no idea what happened to it. I'll boof some grapes and let them ferment in my bum. Thanks for being honest, Mr. Diggs. Are we bullish or bearish on GME right now? I really have no idea how this might go. I read today's DD. Well, the first paragraph at least. Thoughts? We are nothing. We are simply seeing what happens. No, 1 share plus 3 equals 4. That's it. There's you meet ya. You get 4. If you have a share, you'll have 4. Not 8. Just 4. SPY's about to break down. VXX ripping. What do you mean ripping? Slightly coming up. On very low volume. Yes. Can you wish my 4-year-old Amira a happy birthday? She listens to you every morning with me. Oh boy. Happy birthday, Amira. Congratulations on being this many. Also, tell your dad that the show's inappropriate for children. Amira's gonna be the best stock trader ever. It's my birthday too. Where's my congratulations? Are you 4 years old, Johnny? Carl's not allowed to be around minors. We are simply seeing what happens. That sounds so basic, but hearing you say that helps me see that it's totally cool to be patient and watch. I mean, it does, but there's really no there's so much internalization going on right now, and the options chain is so fucking weird. It's just like, yeah, let's just watch it. We'll have more shares tomorrow. Can sell CSPs, can do all kinds of fun shit. Jimmy not moving with the SPY drop. Jimmy's just really not moving. We dropped our gains from yesterday. And now we're flat. I peaked when I was 4. What's up with the shill hat, man? Don't worry about it. I have the majority of Jimmy shares in Boomer Vanguard, which means I'll probably transfer them all to my DGen E-Trade account to be able to sell CCs like GFE. How long do you think it takes? To transfer? 3 to 4 days. Usually. How do I buy puts on purple rings? I don't know, but I'm gonna buy some puts on computer share. They're about to lose that 3,000% increase in their 2022 first half over the second half. I mean, I think all they did was change it to the like scaling buy order like every fucking broker has. But really what happened last night is thousands upon thousands of super stockers found out that computer share, same like broker. Which really puts a big hole in the whole, when all the brokers go down, I'm going to sell my share for millions of dollars plan. Roaring Kitty will be able to sell 8,000 cover calls a week post-split. I know. Bastard. Roaring Kitty, where are you? How many cover calls do you sell a week on average? Some guy posted in here in there yesterday saying we've only got this far because of DRS. Oh Jesus. Christine Lagarde giving the soft landing speech right now for the EU. They're in cahoots. Does this mean that you will be unbanned from SS? No. JSmar still hates me. You think we're selling? These bad boys are staying in the infinity pool for life. No sell, baby. Koala Hugger is my hero. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. This shill said they weren't selling anyway. Now they're upset over a 3K limit. Smells like some freshly squeezed hypocrisy, right? Whatever happened to getting loans on your shares? And the pool. We're touching tips. I mean, that that's the daily time frame, right? Idaho beef. I'll let you know if the tips get closer. No, I think Dork's doing some back end work on it right now. Split just divide by 4. Won't CC's and CSP's price and interest just be equivalent to pre-split numbers? Or do you think interest will pick up? If all is equal, what's the benefit? Generally, post-split IV picks up as the stock becomes more tradable. Peter Pickle Eater. So IV should increase. So a little better. I just got banned from SS this morning for defending options. Can I be gifted Pigeon Wheel for my sacrifice? No. Not at all. Can you look at shifters and tell me why we were going down? I mean, we've stopped going down, mostly. But James Rowland promised me big ups today. What gives? I mean, this is clearly his fault. I can't wait for tomorrow so I can buy a bunch of shares around $35 a share and lower my cost basis. That's how that works, right? No. Tips chart yesterday almost feels like it's a leading indicator. The tips touch, stock stagnates or drops a couple days, then rip. Thoughts? Well, if you look at August, they don't actually need to touch. It's more the compression. They can touch, like they did in May and March, but they don't have to. Did Jimmy decide not to split since there were no VUPs, or is it a done deal? It's a done deal. Do you think that split will crush IV over time? As many people sell CCs that weren't able to before, especially if SS exits computer share. It's possible. Yeah, it could start to crush IV over time. That'll depend on if ownership remains high, right? Don't forget that covered calls, when sold, the collateral is collected, so it can tie up liquidity in a very similar way. Dixie, same like VXX. No. Dixie's the dollar, like US dollar currency index. How can we know that shorts have covered or are covering? What are the signs? Please explain. Volume? Like volume on the upside, which we don't have. Care to share your insight on the VIX for the rest of the week? I mean, obviously that'll depend largely on what the SPY does into the end of this week. Next week we have, let's see. New home sales on Tuesday. Chicago Fed report on Monday. Durable goods on Wednesday. And then Fed interest rate decision on Wednesday also. And then Thursday, GDP growth rate. So, you know, the market may just start reacting negatively on the basis of these even coming in, right? So we'll see. Well, I mean, like, if it starts to fall below 390, it'll probably continue to drop. Which, you know, would then in turn likely increase the VIX. But I don't think we're going to see like big movement on the VIX probably until middle to the end of next week. Stopped out of everything. Fucking piece of shit. They're the money far dated SPY. No more chance of covering today? I mean, not necessarily, but we're going down like a fucking rock. Have you bailed on the OPEX position? Yep. I bought some calls on the dip earlier, but I got stopped out of those already. The daily is bullish, yeah. The technicals look good, but I mean that rarely means anything for GameStop, right? Are you talking about the VIX? You can tend to pick up some leaps at the money, nicely rounded off for the 4-1 split. No, I don't think buying leaps on a massive downturn is a great idea. This is just tracking with the SPY avalanche. Yeah. The biggest problem with this is it gives them an opportunity to offload any remaining, like, internalization. Biden test positive for COVID, White House says. Okay. Oh, it'll probably be okay. I timed my spy puts correctly. What if the goal is to lose money on said leaps? Well, that's a different story. Quick, get the view up ad so we can go back up. We're falling hard with no volume. I mean, we have some volume coming in. Where is the SPY support? Probably 390. There's some here at 394, but the next one, like important one, is down here. There's a little support here, but I don't know if it'll hold it. This one's weak. It's like not a very strong support. Dropping into the split date on GME, bull move. It's a move. Yeah, I'm using WeBull. I see a lot of like OTC, ARCA, MMX orders. You're still bullish on Snap? I don't know. I just bought a couple options for their earnings. We'll see what happens tonight. Why are my puts dropping in value if the price is dropping? Well, I would assume that they're probably far out of the money, or IV is falling off. What exchanges do orders usually flood through when big short attacks happen? Lots of OTC, MMX, and Ajax usually. Like when we drop really hard. How do you know what support resistance is important? Is it because it hit support resistance multiple times at that specific price point? As you might be able to tell, I don't know TA. Yeah, volume accumulation at that price point. So it's acted, like, historically acted as a strong support and or resistance in the past. The more times that happens, the stronger it is. Jesus, this is a bloodbath. Is it? Not really. A bloodbath would be if we dropped to like 126. My calls are toast. I think it's just a relief before another pop. I would say it's a bit stronger than just that. There's definitely more room to move down. you selling 160s here? No, I'm probably not gonna sell cover calls till like next week. Hold on one second. I'm just managing something else here. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if I can keep that. I wonder if I should roll down my Google CCs. I sold them in the money. It's tanking. Oh. Deep in the money puts coming in. Yeah, I see him. This is what Jay Fresh was afraid of. How much further can 950s drop? 950s? Oh, I mean, not a lot, but do you want to hold them into tomorrow? And they could drop sub 200, but IV would really have to go down quite a bit. How can you say yesterday you didn't see enough volume to cover June FTDs, yet they can slam the price? I mean, it looks like they're actively shorting it. June FTDs getting netted off every day. This has very little to do with like our price action, except through ETFs. You're talking about the obligations from like XRT? Yeah, we definitely didn't see enough volume to cover that. It's the advantage of having the shares before the split. If you can just buy them once they split, it's just the risk of price increase. What's the advantage of having shares? Well, if you already own shares, I mean, the advantage would be that they are part of your long-term holdings. But yeah, that would be the risk of the price increasing. A ton of 110, 115, 819 calls. Ooh, man. 110, 115, 819 calls. Interesting. That's awfully deep in the money. It doesn't look fucking good, does it? Jamie hasn't OPEX since May. BBY hasn't OPEX since March. Is that suspicious? A little bit. I mean, BBY ran up in May, right? It just didn't run very hard. I don't even know if it's possible for BBBY to run outside of a major catalyst at this point. Differs wasn't afraid of in the money puts. He was preparing for them. To some degree, yes. Time to capitulate and play the downside? We'll see. There's also in the money calls coming in, and I'm not sure it's not just more swapping due to the fucking like put call parity, which is severely skewed. Looks like most of today's net delta sold calls. Jimmy can move up a little bit here. Not sure if it will, but it could. We got 5 minutes. Really doesn't look convincing. Does obligation stem from XRT? Does XRT being threshold give them more time? Has GEX turned into FTDs? It's never worked that way in the past. I don't understand how they maintain. I mean, even the SEC audit can't ignore that, right? Like an imbalance in the NAV that is failed. August or September, next expected run. Haven't been here in a while. I don't know about August. The technicals make August look good, but I think if they're gonna write, like, if there's any obligations due to the ETFs from the split occurring, like if they have to return shares in like kind, then I wouldn't see that being due until later in the year. Probably September. They're just on F-Man. Is that possible? I mean, it is, but then why did we run in May and March instead of Fab and like Fab, May, August, November? Remember half an hour ago we were playing songs? That was cool. Let's do it again soon. Thanks, Bob P. Why are new strikes out of the options chain this week? Like 167.50, 212.50. Probably because of the split. If Ken Griffin legitimately paid you $10 million to say GameStop is done and to tell everyone to buy Ader, would you take the money? No. No run in August. We will literally not have ran for over 3 months. That has not happened since the cycles began, has it? December, Jan, Feb. December, Jan, Feb. We didn't run for 3 months. Not hard. I mean, we had run ups, but none of them significant. Is there an obligation deferral due to stock split, volatility loophole? If there is, I have no idea what rule it would be from. Feb was a holiday. May was on time. Next one is August. It's possible. No, Feb was an OPEX, but it was weird. It didn't behave like other OPEXs. It didn't break Gamma Max. Like it didn't follow any of the same like expectations that we would have had from, you know, March or previous OPEXs. Call interest was extremely low going into it. It picked up during it. What's even weirder is right now there's almost no options on, like, the OI across the whole chain is lower than it's been in like 2 years. Does Citadel provide the green screen or they reimburse you that cost? Take the money, put it all on Jimmy, and then pay us divvies. They have not offered. He may have a point. If we're on F-Man, then Feb was kicked to March due to the holiday. We did run in May, and May being due in August, it lines up. Oh, and maybe do an August run. I know, but with us running, like, so even aside from that, right? Like, so when we were strictly adhering to OPEX cycles, which I can honestly say we're not strictly adhering to anymore, right? When we were strictly adhering to OPEX cycles, we went down in between them, right? After we ran up in May, we haven't dropped below like 114 again. Right? So if May was a complete cycle, why did we run up again in June? And then why have we run up now? Like, we're up 40%. We're 42% at open today. 43% at open today over the last 10 trading days. So if they're not slow bleeding off obligations, this is all just retail pumping. And I mean, like, there's a lot of calls and they're weeklies and they look like retail, but there's also like lots of sold puts simultaneously, like especially last week, which looks like synthetic long positions. There's some exercising going on because the market maker wasn't dumping the hedge. I mean, I wouldn't say any of the things we've been seeing over the last since June OPEX have been normal. Yeah, but why before the split? Like June OPEX, right? The Friday before June OPEX, we ran up, what was it? Like 12%, and then another Like, I think we peaked, June OPEX peaked at like 26% up, which is not a small move to the upside. And there was some pretty decent volume at the beginning of that. $40, sorry. It's about 40%. Yeah. Yeah, we peaked yesterday at 42.5%. So, which was $48.14. Safe to say we found a bottom, or is this a fake out? I don't know how much I trust the bounce. I think we're seeing the SPY turn around a little bit here. It's interesting that we moved with it this time. Feedback from them kicking the can in Feb? Maybe. But June, like, you know, and if you look at turds data and you look at every run on GameStop lines up perfectly with the closing of these puts on GameStop holding ETFs, right? Except June. So if June's deferred, right? There's no case for GameStop not being able to be bought. So how the fuck would they get more than 28 or 30 days? Can you please explain a little bit how internalization works? Like, if they're internalizing buy orders, how long before they have to release that to the lit market? Thanks. As long as their margin can sustain the position, they can just continue to hold it. They can satisfy incoming orders with inventory or with synthetics, and they can continue to hold that volume indefinitely. Theoretically, I mean, eventually, like, they would hit risk tolerances and dump it, and they do, right? So they net off internalization all the time. It's not like they're just stuffing all the buy volume, right? Like when they get an opportunity, like if there's a sell-off in the market, right, and we don't see an active fund like response, like, you know, GameStop will just not trade anything, right? They can use that internalization to satisfy those sell orders in a similar way that like CNS nets off FTDs, right? It's not as precise or, you know, efficient as CNS, but still similar. Yeah, it can create FTDs if they internalize too much, especially if they're using synthetics to generate inventory. For instance, if we buy this week, the broker must supply a dividend in due course. So why cover FTDs this week to then need to supply the dividend when they can wait to cover next week to cover FTDs at 4x value? That no, because you just have 4x the number of FTDs. God damn it, Yoons. How could you do this to us? Halted? No. Do you think there's one entity that can say, I want the SPY to come down now and make it happen? I mean, any of the primes can probably do that. Bigger funds, to some degree. How does internalization work with the split? They print all they got before close. Well, remember that all of the orders internalized prior to the split have due bill redemptions attached to them, so it doesn't affect anything. All those trades already have a due bill. It can leave them with like some imbalance tomorrow, but you know, nothing more than like the same kind of risk, like like asymptotic risk that like gamma exposure represents. March 18th was the last time that IV was this low. How interesting. That's not true. It was lower a few days ago. It was lower than it is today a few days ago. Could that dump be profit taking and repositioning from longs? Sure. Not according to my 950 CCs. I mean, those are heavily skewed, right? You're trying to measure IV30 with a call that's like more than 120 days out, and all the way at the end of the IV curve. Like it's good for seeing changes in IV, but it's not good for measuring at the money IV currently. I did not take any options positions this time, but calling it a NOPEX after over 40% rise seems to be unreasonable. People weren't taking good profits, waiting for moon, nor managing risk. Oh, I know. I mean, we went up. We didn't go up volumetrically, which I think many people holding calls out of the money were hoping for. And there was almost no change in implied volatility on that 40% increase in price, right? I think the highest I saw like IV30 go, even intraday, it was like 135, 120. The peaks, even the peaks of it were really low, like right after market open. Good to know about liquor. Are we gonna start sympathizing now OPEX hasn't happened again? Come on, guys. I'm not sympathizing. I know everything is gonna split by 4 proportionally. Is it possible swaps and such could have more weight after the split dividend? They'll have more risk, like leveraged risk, but I mean that can easily be, solved with additional cash payments. I DM'd you 15C3 D3 yesterday regarding split dividends. Can that apply to how June obligations are deferred? There's an explicit note about extensions there. Can these extensions stack? I mean, not unless there's another holiday. They'd have to submit proof after the one extension is over in order to get an additional extension. And they can't apply for multiple of the same extension at once. Can you DM me real quick so it comes back to the top of my list? I remember reading the thing you sent me, but I just want to review it real quick again. How do I stop myself from getting overly hyped about morning price action? Lost some profits on weeklies. No pigeon well for me. Satirical. I'm sorry. Um, it's hard, especially with GameStop, right? Because so much of the movement is in the early morning. That like if you try to play the later parts of the day, you're more than likely to just get ground out on your theta without seeing any real price improvement at all. Um, Although for me, if I was playing weeklies on Jimmy, I'd probably focus on playing like end of day. Serious question. I know I'm looking for hopium, but do you think they could be pushing this runoff till Friday because liquidity will be way higher theoretically? How though? I I mean, sure. I mean the advantage there is obvious, but how? How do you get the extra day? Trading aggressively into a climbing spy. They haven't done that in a while. Bullish or hopium? Uh, I mean, probably a little bit of hopium. The worst part is there's nothing to sustain our upward movements. Take an extra day under the claim of filing for another extension. I don't know if they'd get that. They'd have to submit the claim before the first extension was over. And then you're just, then you're just trying to kick the can, right? Like there's pretty firm dates where this shit should happen. If it hasn't, I think it's better to investigate other reasons that we haven't seen the volume. Wouldn't 30 days from June OPEC settlement be tomorrow? Because June OPEC settlement was 6/22 because of the Monday holiday. The trade date was the 17th. So the T day is still the 17th. I'm sure FINRA and the SEC will let them shift days. They own them. Well, closing at 150, we should open at 37. That will finally give popcorn holders to sell out and buy into GMA. We'll see. I don't know if they will. Not in the numbers I think people assume they will. What are these extensions called? Are they public data? The actual like filing of the extensions and the claims are not, but the rules governing them are public data. FINRA 4210 and FINRA 15 SEA 15C3-3. Couldn't they place their order at market open today because of the extension, dump it and 10 minutes into close, halting us, thus giving them an extra day? Sure, it's possible. We haven't seen that since Feb of last year. And that's so hard to pull off, right? You have to ensure that you have sufficient volume and there's not enough sellers going into market close that you can halt the stock. There could be other market participants that don't want the halt to happen. That's just a huge amount of risk. Like, these guys aren't like, Wall Street bets degens and they're like, oh, here's like a thing I can exploit. They have risk management teams and compliance. I mean, the reason that happened in Feb is because, yeah, they backloaded a big dark pool dump, but I mean, they had a shitload of obligations. That's why we halted. And sure, it granted them an extra day, but I don't think that's easy to pull off. And now, like, we're way more illiquid now than we were back then. Y'all see AMD? Looks like it's doing pretty good. Starting to come back. I mean, even GameStop's coming back a little bit after its choppy open. Who the fuck bought a put on Tootsie Roll? Is that its only options trade this week? Couldn't you Americans make an FOIA request to ask what extensions were granted? Probably not. FINRA is a private organization. I don't think they have any requirement to disclose that. It was probably Bithead if you got it today. John D. Where's the wizard chart? Oh, it's over here. Sort of. I don't know. Dork's working on it right now, so it's kind of fucky. Yeah. It's like throwing weird signals and shit. It's still very much a work in progress. We just all needed to buy one Tootsie Roll call and everything explodes. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, there's not that much short interest on Tootsie Roll. It was me. I shorted Tootsie Roll because I had one yesterday and it tasted like a Lara bar. Oh boy. This is gonna start a whole bunch of drama. I need something. Talk about support resistance levels. You said that we would need to draw new ones, but can we just take the existing ones and divide them by 4? To some degree, but the psychological levels will change. You know, options will reposition into their new strikes as they're divided. So, you know, really popular option strikes like 150, which currently presents not only a lot of support, but a lot of resistance, you know, isn't going to be like as popular, you know, at like $37.50 strike, right? Like it's more likely that the 35s and the 40s will be more popular. People need to be baristas near FINRA HQ and start talking up FINRA reps. Dude, FINRA doesn't even know how their own fucking deferral system works. My amateur TA tells me a spy push on low volume will not make a higher high. I'm on the 5-minute. You could be correct. I think this is kind of like a double top and potentially a breakdown. There's not bullish economic data coming next week. You know, but there's also not a lot of upside resistance in this range. There's some resistance. I mean, we're building some here at like 397. But there's an actual resistance line up here at like 398. But both of those are fairly weak. So potentially it could still keep climbing. I do agree that the decreasing volume is not particularly bullish. But it's more flat than decreasing, right? If you look at the average of the volume traded over the last 30 minutes or so.
So, like, I don't know if I'd put money on it breaking out, but I wouldn't bet on it not. That's touchy. $10 for 100 for 25 round number. 125 divided for 3125, not round number. Yeah. I mean, and since so much of GameStop's support and resistance depends on its options interest and call hedging, right? Call and put hedging. Yeah, I really think that support and resistance levels will change pretty dramatically after the split. I think the split benefits everyone. Retail gets cheaper, more options. Short hedge funds have more liquidity to short. Also, what are Pickles picks? Pickles, like, what are they? They're just like stocks I'm looking at for the week. I post them in the Discord. Leave it to GME to be the only stock ever to tank into its split date. I mean, that's definitely, it's, first of all, it hasn't tanked into its split date. It's still up massively over the period leading into its split. We're only down 4% from our high. Actually, I don't even know. I guess we're down a little more than that from the high here at 160.40, but up, like, still up like 38% over the 10 trading days since the announcement. I just went over that, DC. I just did like a whole speech on that like a couple minutes ago. Check DMs. Did TR DDTA? Oh shit, dork. Dork, I don't know if you saw this, man, but I got bad news for you. Popcorn Trader did some more TA. Bro. Pickles picks same as free money? No. Does the lack of options reflect overall uncertainty of what will happen post-split? I'd imagine there may be repositioning of swaps or other basket things that would affect price. Yeah, it's possible. There also may not be. Either way, I mean, whatever happens, I'm definitely excited to see what happens tomorrow and the days following. You think now is a good time to start entering far-dated VIX calls? Why bet on the VIX, though? Like, you're betting on a hard downside move. Why not just go short the SPY or SPXX or something like that? In college, I worked in food and beverage, and for food safety, we learned the Tootsie Roll effect is dangerous. They used to add new ingredients to the batch over time, so one millimeter of each candy is decades old. Well, I mean, it's got an infinite shelf life, right? I record my profits and losses on a chalk wall, Mike Burry style. Had a lovely barista over last night and erased all my losses to impress her. Feeling great. Thanks for all the gains, Gurk. Hashtag winning. You got it, bro. Jimmy didn't open well today. No, it's not. Next Tesla resistance. Ooh, this is kind of tricky. So I really don't like the 800 range on Tesla. None. Potentially, like 809.29 is a resistance to consider, but I still think like 788 is in play. Really 822, and it does tend to cross it, or it has crossed it in the past, but this is like a lot of post earnings FOMO, even though, you know, their revenues were down, but they sold off their Bitcoin, so it looked good on paper. I don't think this will continue a lot longer. Like this breakout probably has a pretty short lifespan. So yeah, I'd look to 809, 822 to the upside, but I'd pay really close attention to its ability to hold 788. What do you think will be a good time frame to open up new Tesla CCs as Tesla goes burr? Thanks. I was gonna kind of wait until next week to sell some more Tesla CCs, but yeah, I closed mine before earnings too. Edward Kenway, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, dude. I appreciate it. You give a quick recap in the morning. Volumetric price drop followed by another volumetric price drop and some chop. It's been pretty shitty. We haven't lost that much value, but we've backtracked about 2 days. Largely due to what appears to be call selling. Oh, thank you so much, Daniel Bullmail Splattergat. So you're talking about the 45th day extension because of dividends and stock splits? Here's the problem I have with that. The stock split was announced after the sorry, I'm going back to the 15C3-3, paragraph 10, subsection, or paragraph N, subsection 10. The only problem I have with the stock split effect is that the stock split was announced after the extension would have been filed, right? So like the stock split was announced on, we're looking at a due date of 6/17, and the stock split was announced, what was it? Fucking was it the 30th that they announced it on? I can't remember. It was either the 30th or the 29th. So yeah, so like I'm not sure if they like, at least I don't know of any instances where approval has been granted for us, like an additional extension due to a stock split. It's not one of the Rex codes. So yeah, I mean, it could be correct. Like they could get 45 days, but we'd have no way of knowing. like with the 30-day or 28-day plus 2 thing, like it's definitive, right? Like we can test that thesis. But we start getting into like the more obscure like loopholes, and it becomes really untestable. Polar Bear 500, thank you so much for becoming a Jillionaire. And Edward Kenway, thank you also, man, for upgrading. I appreciate it, guys. If you hit me up on the pickle jar, I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Over on the Discord. Because UVXY is cheap, that's why I'm not saying I'm doing it, but that's why people do it. But there's no guarantee of like the market going down hard, right? There's just like, it's likely that the market will go down. But you know, if the Fed doesn't bump rates in September or bump their projection, the market's not going to view that as particularly bearish and can continue to just be like stagnate and slowly move down. I don't know. A VIX play seems risky. Like I have a VIX hedge, but that's for a crash, right? Too bad all the shares DRS aren't on calls. Wouldn't the price be in ups? I mean, yeah, we'd have stronger delta, but I think the rug pull effect on shorter dated calls is still gonna always be the same. What's with the 2 outlying GME volume spikes in the last 30 minutes? Just shorting, it looks like. I mean, or someone's selling. Joe Sixpack, thank you so much for becoming a Billionaire too, man. Again, DM me over on the Discord. I'll get you added. I appreciate it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go.
I think that MMS finally realized that retail considers drops in the morning to be apes selling and drops at end of day crime. We're twitchy by dawn, fully medicated by dusk. It's interesting. I just, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some computer share selling to get out of computer share and move into, like, a regular brokerage. Like, retail's very reactive to, like, shit like that. And impatient, right? Like we kind of saw that when the Fidelity bullshit happened, like when they showed those like Vanguard shares to borrow in their daily count, and everyone was like, "Oh, we're bailing on Fidelity." And then you know over the next few days we saw some like pretty like unusual sell volume that would not have been in line with like position management expectations. You woke up a lot of people and you've helped us gain market awareness, and we will go on to help many more. Your risk management sobers many people for good. You're a national treasure. Thank you. Like Nicolas Cage? Thanks, man. Well, options will be about 4 times cheaper, yes. Which I think is very exciting, especially if there's no large changes in liquidity. I sent you an addendum to the Tootsie Roll TA. Oh, you didn't? I will not ever un-DRS the share that will make me a billionaire. Is it possible they have enough power to boof into infinity? Ever since Freg's day, I keep thinking to myself, where is the volume? I feel like it makes the thesis weak. No offense to you or anything. I agree. I would say that most of the volume that we have seen since June has been retail driven with very little pushback, which is extremely unusual, right? It's unusual for GameStop to have continuous days of repeated positive price improvement anyway. I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to go back and find a period of time that long where we had that much price improvement. There's maybe only a couple. And one of them is due to an OPEX, right? So it's... And then the other ones were before January 2021. Freg's Day was November 24th. It was an OPEX run that peaked and got rug pulled instantaneously by about $30 in one day. It was rough. Could this mean that shorties are out? It's possible. Or volatility positions are out, or volatility positions are simply not doing anything until after the split. Don't want to say... I know, but my 160 weeklies are deep underwater. If you were here and your stop didn't hit, what would you do? You could... Jesus. If you have shares, you could use those 160s as like a hedge against covered calls. And recoup some of your losses. I mean, how many fucking 160 weeklies did you have? Cross your fingers and pray. Yeah, weeklies are bad. But, I mean, too late for that advice, right? Finally learned that sometimes a good play is to take your profits and sit until you see another entry. Thanks for teaching me to trade it on the technicals, not on hopium. You got it, man. I mean, I made a little money on this, but it's like negligible. I've been in and out of the position like 3 times now, and I've made maybe 10% total. Heading into the recession and CMBS is up today. I hate this fucking market. If you're playing the downside, Dork, you gotta be patient. It was me. I have 20 160 weeklies. 6.2 cost basis. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I mean... I don't even know with the theta decay, like, you could wait until midday for a possible like spike in price, but the theta decay creates so much risk there. It's up to you. Like, I don't know what percentage of your portfolio that represents, or how important it is at this point, but I don't really see like I don't really see us like moving back up to 160 again today. It's mostly just tons of call selling and below your strike and below your strike, like 160s and 150s selling off. Weekly puts coming in the money. Like it's the odds of us seeing like significant upside are pretty slim, but it's up to you. I mean, I guess if the market continues and breaks back up, I would say that's maybe the most bullish bet. But now there's even less call volume up there to sustain that price movement. People are way too dependent on you. I know. We're hitting 160 today. Dude should just hold. uh Yeah, but if we hit 157, like he's still fucked on theta. They should just try to DCA out of it on upward spikes, to be honest. Probably the best chance, but again, the theta decay is gonna just fucking crunch that contract. You sound like you're already full ported into 170 cc's. No, not full port. And not 170. No, I haven't sold any cc's yet. I'm gonna wait on those. I'm not greedy. So it's over now? Yeah, I think so. I don't see any potential. I mean, like Daniel Splatterglot sent me like this thing for the 15C3 that increases extension time for splits, but it seems to only increase it if the split is ongoing. I think it only increases it if the split is ongoing during the time of settlement, like on the T date, which it's not. There is a deferral for like securities receivable by the broker or dealer as a security dividend receivable stock split or similar distribution for more than 45 calendar days, and the broker or dealer shall not, later than the business day following the day on which such determination is made, take prompt steps to obtain physical possession or control of securities so receivable through Brian procedure or otherwise. So it's like they still have to attempt to buy in, right? If there's a split. And then they would have to fail to buy in, which I don't see happening. Like GameStop is still fairly fairly liquid. It's not that illiquid. It's not so illiquid that you can't buy it. Is this over where did the June ETF obligation go? Yeah. I think the SPY 390s for December monthly expiration is enough theta. SPY 390s, September. Yeah, not a terrible strike either. You sound a tad down, so I sent a care package filled with cold brew, pineapple pizza, and 1,000 Ader shares. I hope it cheers you up. You son of a bitch. No, I'm not down at all. I'm fine. I'm actually excited. I'm very, very excited about GameStop becoming more tradable and more liquid. I think there's a lot of opportunity there that we haven't really had access to due to the share like the options pricing over the last year and a half. This is, yeah, this is, well, I have varying degrees of excited. This is like early morning, not done with my coffee excited though. There's also a way more than non-zero chance they haven't found another delay. Don't forget the people whose rules they are using don't want them to blow up. It's true. I'm not saying that they don't have loopholes, but they don't have ones that are testable as a hypothesis, right? We can speculate all sorts of shit, but unless you know there's a date and we can test that theory, then it's worthless. That is just wild guessing, which I'm not really about. I'm all for speculating and trying to find new testable hypotheses, but that is not the way to do it. There's millions of loopholes, and finding the exact one is always not always so easy. And again, there's just a very real possibility that all of our price action is driven entirely by volatility positions, and they have simply backed off because of the split. And they will come back in maybe after, but maybe not. Do farts push the poo, or does the poo push the farts? Okay, I don't think that's how peristalsis works, but sure. Do you think Ryan Cohen tweets are relevant in any way to the price of GME? No. I think everyone but myself is a member with all these gifts going out these last 2 weeks. Did you turn on gifting? Peanut butter pickles? Susquehanna's and Citadel's boofing ability is making me question my Danhead. Their boofing ability seems unparalleled. I mean, maybe they're the Elder Dans. Or like the gods of the Dan. So like Lady VWAP and then the lesser gods, Susquehanna and Citadel, boof masters. I don't know. Someone can write it up. I still think they haven't found a counterparty for their little experiment, and they're boofing everything in the hope that they can offload after the split. Boofing OPEC should be just doable. Sure. I mean, it's an awful lot of volume to boof, but yeah, they could boof it. That's. I'm not saying they can't. Dark pool interest has increased drastically over the last several trading days. Spy pumping crazy hard and fast. Cool. Blasphemy. This is bullshit. They've been selling 950 calls all year, but we never reach 950. That's like false advertising. I mean, you have to respect their ability. As a Dan, you have to respect their ability to boof. If I sell a Snap CSP today at 16 for tomorrow and it ends up in the money end of day, is there a chance I'll be assigned? Yes. Italy's president Mattarella has dissolved parliament, state broadcaster RAI, short Italian bonds. Ooh. Italy becoming fascist state? Should go get my citizenship. Italian government is funny. Italy back to 1940 fast. Yeah, it worked out really well for the last guy that tried it. I've seen this one. Italy just boofed the last 80 years. (15C3-3) says 30 calendar days from settlement day. So why would it be the 17th, which is the expiration date, and not 6/22, which would be the settlement date for the 17th expirations? That's the trade date. It's extended from the trade date. The T date, Joey Z, for all of this is the 17th. That's what's being extended, right? That's the day the trade's closed. Remember, because it's bell to bell, so it's being closed the 17th, which means due the 17th. The settlement period is T plus 2. So that's the plus 2 is the settlement. But that's not what's being deferred. It's the T date that's being deferred. Is June covering totally out at this point? In any way that we can test, yes. Can it still come in via some other obscure loophole? Sure. But, I mean, there's no way for us to know. And then even if it does, there's no way for us to say definitively that that's June's volume. Took your advice. Very, very cautious on this OPEX entry. Picked up a few contracts, moved my stops, made a little on some, lost a little on some. Thanks to the level-headed advice. No problem, man. SPY go up, BBBY goes down. Sweet. Are the tips still converging, or have they diverged with this morning's action? I don't think they've diverged much. I mean, that's out on the daily. I don't know, because the indicator is, like, kind of wonky right now. Looks like they're still converging. See, that is interesting. From Feb 17th to March 9th, and March 9th to March 18th, they continue to converge. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, what's with responsible traders in here all of a sudden? Smells funny to me. I think everyone's just become more responsible over time. It's, you know, the market's not very kind in the way it teaches those lessons. People tend to learn them pretty quick. Let's on Snap earnings. Might grab a call. I grabbed a couple calls. We'll see what happens. I actually made money this time around for OPEX. About 40% of my calls, thanks to watching and listening. Thanks for doing the stream day in and day out. No problem, man. You guys selling CCs through a split or serious thrill seekers? Options chains could do wild things over the next week or two. And I'm pro CC, just not into a split. Yeah, I agree. Is there a way to calculate a price move into SPXY to whatever BPS being priced in? Let's say we get a 75 BPS hike. How much will that be in SPX? So we can say the hike is priced in. I mean, that's more of like a macro analysis. So no. You know, you can see the effect on BPS raises usually pretty immediately. Like if BPS is raised beyond current expectations, you'll see the effect almost immediately. So it's almost priced in right away. Um, but that pricing in is, you know, a very loose interpretation. So I mean, people can say it's priced in, but it may not be. It may be priced in. It may be overpriced in. But I think any assessment of that's kind of absurd. New news will be priced in immediately. And then after that, it's really up to sentiment to determine how priced in it remains. Any chance people are just waiting for a new chain to get into GME options? It's very possible institutions are waiting for a new chain. Got burned on weekly this morning, but overall my best week of options ever. Thanks, Pickle Man. No problem, man. Is that a cookies dispensary hat? I wouldn't mind you shilling marijuana. I used to work for a company that worked with cookies pretty closely, and that's where I got this. But I don't smoke weed, so it's very unlikely I'm going to shill marijuana. Is there a negative for holding Jan 950s through the split for future IV spikes? They can go down and you have to hold them through that. You could buy them later cheaper and not just... So like while you're holding them, any theta decay that occurs, you're paying for. So, you know, it's a depreciating asset. So the longer you hold it, the more your money you're losing. So even if it then goes up, it would have to go up relative to the amount of money that you've already lost. I'm trying to think of a simpler way to explain that. I think that's good. Micro important, macro is bullshit. No, they're both important in different ways. I think assuming that the market has priced in anything efficiently is bullshit, because I think the idea that markets are efficient is bullshit. There's no requirement to partake in the product you're shilling. In fact, I bet most shills don't. Fair enough. Why did they make ice cream Sammys with cookies? Who did who make? Did we just close a gap this morning? There was one around this level from pre-market the day before yesterday, or yesterday pre-market, maybe? Hold on. I think it was the day before. But we might have already filled that. So there might be one like down here. I'm not actually sure. So there's one gap here at 147.73.76 that is not filled. So just below 148.50 there. Whoa. Jesus fuck. Full ported on spy calls. Thankfully you up. Thanks for everything, Pickle Man. You got it, Ricky D. Rake. Congratulations if you hit that uptrend. Is this 60s has money and they're clean? How many escortings in a week would you consider a problem? I don't know. Maybe he has a strong libido. Maybe we found all of Carl's tea. Have you thought about that? So you're just going with no calls into the split? Seems silly after all this time. Why? It's just risk that I'm not taking. First of all, I don't need to buy them in advance. I can just chase. Like, if we start running post-split, I'll just buy some calls. I have an obscene number of shares. I'm about to have an even more obscene number of shares. I'm not really concerned about not having enough leverage, right? I mean, it's not like my OPEX investments are any different than any other stock play I make throughout the week. It's no different than like me buying into Cat or The Spy or, you know, fucking Docu, which, by the way, did amazing this week. I hope Popcorn Trader killed it. The shares, those fucking options went up 4x. So you give Cat, are you out of the 916s? No, I closed the weeklies. I'm keeping the 916s. If I get an opportunity to average them down, I might. I'm gonna hold them until next week, and then we'll see what happens with the Fed. But they're still in the money, so I can kind of cut them at any time. I'm not super worried. You're a shill because you play GME options when DRS is the way, and you're always a shill because you're not playing options to the split end. But you're also a shill because you're not playing options to the split end. Yeah, I know. I mean, I had some options earlier. I could buy more before the end of today. I'm just not seeing an opportunity that I like. I am first and foremost a trader, right? Like I don't I'm not gonna do the shit like March again where I fucking hold my long calls in GME open for 4 months and fucking spend hundreds of thousands of dollars rolling them out. I did that once, it paid off. It was fucking awesome. I'm not doing that again. Yeah, you're a trader. I know. It was big. I was up big on silver today. Oh, nice. Are you playing like the little silver squeezes? There's a system to playing those. Silver COMEX manipulation. It's fun stuff. Can't this be interpreted as 30 days from 622 though? 622 is the settlement date, not the T date. 30th calendar day after the settlement date. The chart above this also says 622 being the settlement date for the 17th expiration, D2, on the 30th calendar day after the settlement date. As far as I understand it, the extensions are granted from the initial trade date. Because they have to be granted in advance of the holiday. You're just like, oh shit, this holiday happened and I didn't know about it. Maybe. It's a potential. I'm not going to say that there isn't a potential for misinterpretation. There could be. I'm not a fucking lawyer, right? I still won't forgive you for killing the VWASP. Listen, man, that fucker was gonna sting me. For Tesla CCs, how long does it usually take after earnings until retail FOMO and short squeezing covering end before you open new CCs? Danke. I usually wait for some stabilization, and I generally sell them kind of far out of the money and about a month out. I'm fairly careful with my Tesla covered calls. Lately, I've been a little greedier with them, selling them at a little higher delta, because at this price range, I really don't care as much if I get assigned. I guess it would depend on what your cost basis is. You're obviously a shill, because who else in their right mind would cover a single stock on a daily basis for upwards of a year? I've covered a lot of stocks. You know, I don't just cover GME. I talk about other shit too. Some days I'd rather talk about other shit, but you know, some days GME is interesting. It just depends. Could the hedgies pull a Bill Belichick and just say they misinterpreted the rules? Interesting. I don't think so. What are the advantages for them if they can't wait until tomorrow to cover? If they can wait until tomorrow to cover? I mean, they get to cover in a far more liquid environment. It's a huge advantage. I mean, psychologically, people will sell shares after a split. And while, you know, retail has shown resilience to standard market psychology in the past, it hasn't shown a lot of it. Really, the only resistance they've shown to market psychology is being able to suffer through obscene losses. Which is odd, but also maybe just stupid. Do you think anything from your Pickles Picks list is good for a late week trade? I mean, EPAM's been performing pretty well. I'm actually probably getting ready to get stopped out of that anytime. AMD looks kind of interesting to potentially keep going up. It's risky. But it did climb over 90, so risk is tight. I wouldn't not maybe look at AMD very near the money calls. But I don't know what else I would be looking at outside of that. GameStop coming up a little bit. Looking at Docu and OPEX, is this the real play? It runs on the same schedule. So after their big earnings drop, Docu started syncing up hard with GME. And I wonder, you know, if that's like part of a different basket of like post-pandemic shorts. I played $70 calls this week on it. They did very well. I sold them, they never went in the money, but the price improvement was insane. And that suffering through obscene losses is going to apply even more pressure to sell some shares when they see that 4x count. I mean, yeah, that's market participants are very predictable, right? Like, and understanding the psychology behind how they act is important for traders to well, you know, study. Not only to be resistant to it yourself, but in order to understand how other participants will behave. There's a reason things like Dow theory and Wyckoff have held up through almost a century, and it's because people are greedy and dumb. They break the rule and don't pay. I mean, okay, but we can't test that, right? That's not a test. Like, crime is not testable. This is one of our big resistances to the implication of crime, is because you can't prove it. If there's crime being committed, it could be anything, nothing matters. And so you can't develop like a solid testable criteria around the idea that crime is happening. I got a bad entry on Docu and still made plenty. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. Congratulations on that. I've convened with Lady VWAP. She's informed me that we shall bear witness to Prometheus Johnson quite soon. Cool. Do you still plan on updating Pickle's picks throughout the week? If I see opportunity, yeah, but the problem with that is a lot of the times during the week, the opportunity that I see is intraday, and that's not really something I can do, right? It's like update it intraday with like a new thesis and new risk levels. How do you think we're looking for the rest of the week on GME? I mean, there's no saying what's going to happen tomorrow. It's a complete fucking unknown. Right now we still don't have a lot of call volume support. We've recovered at 150, which is nice. I don't get why people would sell much after the split without any major price action. Total value doesn't change. You just have smaller portions of your investment. People are dumb. People do it all the time. There's lots of selling, and even institutions sell after splits because they don't want as much leverage or exposure. It affects their risk profiles. Retail traders very often sell after splits because they have more shares, right? They don't think in the correct terms, right? They're not thinking like, oh, this share just represents the same value as I had previously. You might, but that doesn't mean everyone will. I'm not saying GME won't have a higher holding rate post split than most other stocks. But yeah, people are dumb. It happens every single fucking split. It happened on Google's split. Like, it sold off and then climbed back up the next couple of days. Like, it literally, like, who the fuck sells Google? Right? Like, you want to talk about, like, shit that you diamond hand. Amazon. Look at Amazon post split, too. These are not stocks that you sell, right? These are, like, long-term buy and hold positions. I mean, it's not dumb retail. It's just dumb people. People are dumb. You can go look up the studies on market psychology that say the same exact thing. There's hundreds of them. They think they can afford to sell 100 because now they have the split shares to sell if it moons later. Yeah. That's part of the mindset, but yeah, that's something that people will think. Says the man trying to get assigned on his Amazon covered calls. Listen, dude. Why can't I? I've sold them so fucking deep in the money to just not get assigned every fucking time. One Friday, they closed $2 in the money, and I still didn't get fucking assigned. It's like a curse. And I'm not just gonna sell them, right? Like at market. What stocks that you trade have the best ROI on CCs? Google and Amazon both have really good returns on covered calls. QQQ, SPY, like just for buy rights, is that what you're talking about? You know, buy rights is a kind of a strategy I'm really not about. I would generally prefer to sell CSPs or wheel than to buy right. Buy right has a lot of like upfront capital cost, and you're taking a lot of risk that the stock can move against you. So when you're doing buy rights, you generally want to do it on shit that outperforms year over year. You don't want to buy anything risky doing buy rights. So like QQQ, SPY, like Burke B. Bag holding Amazon, kind of. I mean, I'm really positive on my cost basis, but I just can't get assigned on it. And I've been trying. What's your option strategy going into tomorrow? This post-split sell-off period. How long is this sell-off usually? It's usually about like a day or a couple days. It depends. I think Tesla tanked for a few days after it split. I want to say like 5 or 6 days after it split on August 31st, 2020. Tesla into the 800s. Yeah, watch 809 and 822. I just really like the people who think they can sell GME now and get 3 free shares. Well, they'll find out and then they'll buy back in, right? I know you're a busy guy, but I love school stock on selling CCs in lieu of this divvy split. I haven't got a chance to try the indicator yet. I've been working with Dork on the other one. I will check it out. School stock on selling CCs. I already did one on covered calls. What do you mean in lieu of the split? Or in light of the split? Like strategies for selling them? There really aren't many. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's just delta risk, right? Depending on how much risk you want to take versus assignment. Is this a slow climb back to opening price? No. I think we could even get defeated here. The volume's terrible. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, Stefan. AMD running. I know. That's why I bought calls. Fucking timed that shit. That was a good one. Should have bought more. They were fucking cheap. Only bought 11 of them. Oh well. U.S. strategic oil reserves have not been this low since 1985. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need them anyway. This is a fact. 30 days from 6/22, which would be tomorrow. It's intriguing. RC plan to split to be tomorrow on 7/22. Exactly 30 days from 6/22. And after they would have already filed extension. It's possible. I'm open to the idea, Joey. I am. I mean, like, if we see volume tomorrow, then yes, we can tie that in. I think it's testable that, you know, it's possible that the extension is from the settlement date in that case, or well, not really the extension. Like, tricky. They would mean they didn't file for a Rex code and were simply granted a holiday extension. But I guess my biggest problem with that is if that continued for that long without them filing for like an official extension. they would have to somehow prove that they couldn't satisfy it. I don't know how they would do that. Are you feeling some risk aversion about holding Snap through earnings? I've been holding it for a while. Your thoughts? Not really. I'm kind of just gambling on them turning it around. I have a thesis about what happened with Snap over the last quarter. I think that the insiders uh, came out with a lower revenue expectation announcement in order to snap up more shares before the following quarter. I don't think their revenue or anything's going to miss by nearly as much as they claimed. And I think the stock will move back up afterwards. Have you looked at insider buys on Snap over the last quarter? It's interesting. What's your opinion on a degree bachelor in statistics? Would it synergize well with market research and finance in general? Is it applicable to trading? It's applicable to risk management. Yeah, you could use it to move into like financial engineering or something like that as like a master's. A BS in finance might be better. Could they use the split as a reason to file for an extension? See, that's pretty unclear. Not without the holiday, right? I don't think so. Because the split, like just like for us, the split shouldn't affect anything, right? Definitely shouldn't grant them a fucking extension. You don't really need a full degree for risk management. I mean, if you're doing like quantitative risk management, you do. Do you only have 2 contracts of Snap? Yeah, that's all I bought. And if they go up enough before close, I'll just sell them. I was gonna buy Snap on my other account, but I didn't. That's Ivy's already a little overpriced. So that's kind of just like a fun play to see if my thesis is correct. I have 11 AMD calls at 91 for tomorrow, which I should just take my 20% and walk away, but maybe I won't. Is this a new high? Yeah, it is. So maybe I'll hold the AMD. Snap. What's it doing? Just barely above my strike. I'm gonna put a stop on the AMD is what I'm gonna do. Ah, it slipped in. Piece of shit. Set some stops here. Tesla dragging up the SPY. Maybe. What did I set that for? Stop price, limit price. Right. I'm sorry if I'm misquoting remembering the extensions, but wasn't there an extension for just for other reasons? Could they have said we can settle after the split when more liquid? Possibly. Yeah, there is like a 7-day extension for like other essentially. You're not wrong. I can't remember which code number it is. So you're thinking like tack that on to the 28 days to push it out past the um hmm. Maybe. How far did you buy AMD and what strike? I bought $91 calls for tomorrow, and I just got stopped out of them. Do you know, and if yes, can you please explain where do all the services like Market Chameleon, Unusual Whales get their data for everything and then sell it to retail? Where? How does it work? Usually like CBOE, NYSE, ARCA. It's just like exchange data. They pay for it, and then they, divide up that cost among their subscribers. Usually they pay for shitty versions of that data that are super cheap. So even the data you get from paid services usually kind of sucks. I'm not a fan of paying for market data. I think it's a waste of money. It's like you pay for it, you get a 15-minute delay. You don't pay for it, you get a 15-minute delay. What the fuck's the difference? Does it look like they're internalizing GME price at the SPY on the running up? I mean, GME's not moving up as much. The volume doesn't look completely dead. It's okay. I mean, this is probably sufficient for active fund pressure. I don't think we're seeing as much internalization today. Yeah, not as much. Maybe some in order to prevent like upside volatility, but yeah, it is. It is a bit of hopium. Such a bullshit question of me to ask on the insights of ambiguity. Just shooting shit that could be used. I know. Yeah, it's super ambiguous. It's frustrating. It is. If that's true, then what date would they have to settle? What if they were able to get plus 7 more calendar days for other? Literally the code for other. What would that be? Maybe like the Monday after next. I don't think that's the case. Hold into close, cover the rest in higher liquidity environment post split. Maybe. We'll see. If we run on other, I declare myself stock god. All right, Carl. Can Jimmy retract the split? I don't think they can at this point. Any chances for an after hours run? Slim, but with the split tomorrow, maybe. We might see something. Why would they? So I'm going to hold on to some of my August 19 October calls because I need to feel alive. Okay. I've already got puts in place that were bought a couple weeks ago. Wish me luck, Kirk. And thanks to the education. That's why I keep giving you money. You deserve it. Most would charge. Thanks so much, Walken. Yeah, I'm not really about that. I think people charge themselves enough learning how to do this. Can't take the title of Stock Wizard because he doesn't have a wizard screen. That's true. Speaking of wizard screens, look at a little more bullish. I just like paying you. Is it safe to say they will send brokers fake shares to fill the 4-to-1 split? There's no such thing as a fake share. Define fake share, please. Because no one else will. How low do you see AMC going after these calls? Capitulate. I already have a put in position, but I want to hear you say 0 and wrestle my jimmies. I mean, I would love for AMC to go to 0 so I never have to fucking hear about it again. But realistically, maybe back like 12 or 10. On a market downturn, pretty easy. Which could eventually produce a rally back to 4,200-ish on SPY before turning over when the rate cuts don't materialize and we can find new lows later this year. Yeah. There's an argument the market's fully priced in a mild recession, is ready to rally on even mildly decent earnings news. Yeah, but PEs are shrinking with inflation going up. However, the market is also already pricing in rate cuts 1 quarter next year. Yeah, I could see a bear rally back up into the 420 range. I think that's possible. Maybe late summer. I think there's going to be some choppiness with the upcoming Fed meeting and the CPI hike. I wouldn't be surprised if we take another small dive down initially. And there will absolutely be a reaction to the recession news. It may not be an institutional reaction, but there will probably be a reaction. Are they done shorting us? I don't know. Maybe. Or just deleveraging. I don't even know how much of this is shorting versus deleveraging of sold call contracts, right? I didn't like the volume behind it, so I got out. But the SPY's moving back up again, so we have a little pressure. We don't have as many FTDs today as we did the last few days, so you know, we are going to be missing that. Maybe that works to our advantage, though. Interestingly, I mean, I guess if lots of FTDs were net long. What's the Tesla resistance line again? 808. Yeah. Roughly. It's probably moved up a tiny bit. It's probably like 809 now with the price increase. But yeah, 808 and 822. It took me a couple months, but bear markets are kind of fun with these rallies. Yeah, I mean, they're more volatile, right? So bear markets are amazing for traders, terrible for long-term investors. Tesla 820C for tomorrow, 22,250 volume. Is that a lot? Yeah, but that could just mean the market maker is going to make a lot of money on it, right? Like, when puts on the SPY, I think we could at least go back down to 380. I would maybe, I mean, like, I would probably wait until Friday before I started moving into, like, big. I have some puts on the SPY, so I don't want to say that I don't have any. But bigger positions, I'd probably wait till end of day tomorrow. Straight YOLOs? Not necessarily YOLOs, but there's a lot of like, yeah, there's a lot of potential in short-term plays and swings and bear markets. Especially if you can identify like seller exhaustion. If anyone wants to chase an upside run before close, what would be a good expiry for calls? July 22 or 29? 29 would be better. Do you expect the grease to be a little wacky coming out of the split, or will they immediately be stable in line with the current state? Oh, they'll be a little wacky. Did we touch tips yet? No. I think you said bear markets make billionaires. Bull markets just make 401ks go up a bit. Yeah. It's true. No, making synthetic shares is not fraud. It's allowed. I'm concerned about you. I heard the news about BlackRock losing 1.7 trillion. Will this affect your end of year bonus? No, I think I'll be okay. But do synthetics need to be covered at some point? But I think the biggest problem is people assuming that they'll be covered in a way that will improve price, and that's not accurate. Sorry, Tyler. You got not Tyler. You got censored there. Sucks to be that 160 weekly guy, but hypothetically, let's say also I had that same position. Bad time to salvage and live to trade another day, or let him fucking ride. I mean, you're up a little bit from where he was half an hour ago. I'd say the same things though, like DCAing out and maybe taking some risk off the table is probably your best bet if you're afraid of holding that into tomorrow. I'm scalping options to build my account. Should I be taking like 5% gains? If I'm scalping options to build my account, should I be taking like 5% gains? I mean, ideally, no. Because, you know, with fees and everything, you're probably not making that much. But you could consider, like, scalping. I would probably consider setting stops in that range. Like locking in 5% gains. Velvet Jupiter, thank you so much for upgrading to Cornichon. I don't know how that works, but I appreciate it. My absolute favorite cross right now in the daily 4-hour intervals is the 30 EMA bullish cross, the 60 bullish cross, the 60 EMA. On a volatile run up where those cross, there's almost always a PBO plus continued uptrend. Yeah. Frequently. There's more reason behind that, but I don't want to go into it. That generally has to do because options reposition. Usually on stocks with liquid options, it's generally because options reposition at that point. And so that's what creates the PBO, and then they reposition to the long side again, and that's what increases the continued run. You can go back and like review those, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like huge OI pullback on the cross. And that has to do more with like the profitability of those like previous in the money calls. Like similar to how we have price targets of like 10, 20, 15%, whatever. Institutions have those as well. And they're far more strict with theirs, right? They don't like follow trends. They just fucking they make their profit, they sell. Then they reposition for a different strategy, right? Or a different higher PT. At the current rate, Jimmy's float will be locked up in computer share by July next year. I mean, GameStop will also just release more shares if that happens, right? Tesla 1K end of day. No, I don't think so. 822 next resistance. I have stop set, so if it slips $3, I'm out. What's your PT for Snap if earnings are good today? Think it can go back up to 22 where the news came out? Yeah, it's possible. It could move up like 18 to 20 maybe. I don't know if it'll go back up to 22. Why would they release more shares? Because they're a publicly traded company and they derive investment capital from being liquid and attracting investors, right? That's why you become a public company, not to have all your shares fucking locked up. You know, I know everyone thinks that GameStop's intention for the next 5 years was to become an NFT marketplace and keep a bunch of shitty retail stores open. But Cohen's expertise is in e-commerce, and that will require a lot of capital to build out. A lot of capital. And so if that's his goal, is to create an e-commerce company, then you know they will need money to do that, and they can't get money to do that when everyone's locking up all their fucking shares. So they will release more. They already have split the stock in order to generate liquidity. If people continue to lock up shares and drive illiquidity and keep long-term investors out, they will simply release more shares to make it liquid. You know, he has released 8 million shares since presiding over the board. I'm sure he will not have a problem releasing more to keep value in his investment, regardless of your MOASS. Thanks for everything, Gurk. Learned a lot, like rewards over risk, and stop losses are my friend. Becoming a much better trader. And don't forget to hit the like button, everyone. Thank you, KJ. I appreciate it, man. So confused. Is the window for OPEX over or no? Eh, I think it is. Is there a possibility that we're just slightly wrong on the dates? Sure. But I think the window to see volume, verifiable volume at least, is over. If they cover everything tomorrow, how are we going to know it's OPEX versus just post split FOMO, right? Like there would be no way to tell. Does that mean cycles are over? Not necessarily. For all we know, you know, volatility positions have simply stepped back until the new chain is open. And we could go right back to the same shit starting next week. Forgot to tag you in the super chat. No, it's all good, man. I saw it. Thank you, KJ. I was just a little behind on chat. How would liquidity help GME? Once they sell shares, they're sold. They don't collect any revenues from Virtue Citadel playing hot potato. What? because they need to release shares and they want people to buy into their stock. Really? Do you not understand how publicly traded companies work? There's a reason that it's not a private company. There's a reason it trades on an exchange. There's an advantage to that. This is how those companies obtain capital. That's why when you buy shares, you're investing in the company. Dear fucking God. Makes sense if they release more shares. That has nothing to do with whether or not people DRS, right? I mean, it does, because if there's no liquidity, they can't attract any investors. And so they will release shares. And if people DRS all those shares, they'll release more. Which will prevent 100% lockup from ever happening. Why would they want to go private? That's not the goal in the evolution of a company, to go private. No, DRS guarantees you your right as a shareholder and ensures that your shares will not be lent. Your rights as a shareholder and ensures that your shares will not be lent. That's all it does. Trying to assign value to DRS beyond that is stupid. Because it doesn't exist. I thought they were creating a new blockchain stock market. Jesus Christ. So what? I mean, if they did that, the only people trading the fucking stock would be apes to each other. You can create a new exchange for your stock. That doesn't mean anybody's gonna fucking trade it though. Or buy it. They're an NYSE listed stock. They're in indexes. They're not going to sacrifice that so you can get a fucking a MOASS or whatever. I can't believe I'm having to have this argument. It's ridiculous. Can you just go back to Super Stonk? Please, dear God. If volatility positions have stepped back until after the split and steps back next week, for example, where would it start off in the process? As in downs? It means down then ups. Yeah, it would mean more downside before we moved up, if that's the case. Computershare is making a killing. Why does Trimbath say DRS good? Because it protects shareholder rights, and that's like her cause. It stops abusive naked shorting, but I mean, that has to balance with like, do you stop trading the stock because of that? I mean, you can reduce abusive naked shorting and it's not as much of a problem. As long as there's a share to borrow, though, or a share available, there's a share lent, right? They don't serialize anything. I think she's more fighting for like large swaths of investors across the market to do this in order to create systemic change. And that's just like a fucking stupid goal. Like I'm all for protest and all that, but I don't think it's going to lead anywhere. People aren't going to stop making money because some investors, want fairness in the markets. They don't get royalties every time it trades hands. It prevents risk to new investors coming in. It can make it harder for them to get, increases in not only private investment capital, but it can make it harder for them to, increase their available credit. They have to always turn to their equity pool to get additional funding. It could make their revolving credit line stagnate. I mean, there's lots of reasons that, a company wants liquidity in its stock. You can go look it up. I'm not going to explain basic business to you. I got banned last year for saying I would punch Kenny in the face. Why? Why would you punch him and you'd go to jail? What does that do? That just puts you in jail. It doesn't change anything. Kenny gets a bruise. Do you think the returns on wheeling after the split will be good? Probably, yeah. I do. I'm very excited to start selling larger numbers of. Max capital's already reached for outstanding shares. It's not sufficient, and it presents liability to have large amounts of your shares locked up. It's like having a massive insider. It prevents entities from coming in and buying ownership stakes, which disincentivizes large investment banks from buying into your company. So to get around that, you release even more shares. So if those shares were tradable, those banks would be able to buy in. Go look at BlackRock's holdings, right? They own fucking 10% of everything. 9.7% of everything. That's what they want. They want that liquidity there to be able to move in. And then, those are the same people that are responsible for giving credit and loans and, assisting with or buying corporate bonds. And when they can no longer buy in and gain that ground and equity in the company, they don't want to, facilitate the rest of those processes. So if you look at companies, that are very successful, they have large investment bank interest in their ownership. Well, as long as they hold that 10% and you hold the rest, there will be shares available to borrow, and your holdings of the rest are irrelevant. Do you understand that? So if JPM, BlackRock, Vanguard, and Merrill all buy 9% stakes in GameStop each and want to support corporate bonds for GameStop, future revolving credit lines, loans and debt obligations, that's 40% of the shares outstanding, whatever they may be, available to lend. They will lend them, absolutely. And they will lend more than they have because they don't give a shit. So for every one of those shares that exists, they can lend 20, 30, 40 shares to short sellers. If the company fails, they've made their money back in lending fees. If it doesn't and they're successful, they'll make their money back in the long term in the investment. Does the stock split start at 4 p.m. today? I think it starts in pre-market. 4 a.m. tomorrow. That's crime, and you're a shill. Thanks. So what difference does it make if we lock the float? They will lend anyways. So why would Jamie release more shares? Oh, they'll release more shares for capital to create the liquidity that you're locking up. I just want to, man, I can't explain it to you 50 different ways till you get it. Do you think they're not going to need more capital? Do you think $1 billion is sufficient to create a multi-billion-dollar e-commerce company? It's not. $1 billion isn't very much fucking money, and they've spent a bunch of it already. They have about 7 quarters left at their current burn rate before they release more shares. Now, can they make a lot of big changes in those 7 quarters? Sure. And improve the valuation of the company? Absolutely. But they will need to release more shares. They will need additional capital. Wait till a couple months from now, or 30 days from now, if insiders start selling the split dividend. That'll fucking blow people's minds. Because they haven't been paid for an entire year of work. And their current share value is like $220, the price they were awarded at. It's splitting at a higher price, isn't it? I've been pretty right about what Cohen's intentions have been so far. He tried to split on OPEX too. I mean, we got price improvement. It's not like we're splitting at $80. All right, well, you know, we'll see, right? Only time will tell. Did Kenny pay you? I fucking wish. I wouldn't do this shit anymore. $950C is getting shredded. Volatility down that much or something else causing it? No, volatility dropped. Maybe people exiting due to the odd split strike. That's possible, but unlikely because it's still the end of the chain. QQQ puts or SPY puts if you had to choose. That's a good question. Probably QQQ. It's rebounded the hardest, I think, of the two. I would probably get puts on like IWM. If I had to choose an index, I would probably target IWM. It's the most volatile lately. I think it's gonna outperform like the SPY over like the next year, but I think it rallied a little too hard this time around. Considering they have infinite liquidity, what's the reason for GameStop's illiquidity? Well, the liquidity has to be created. They're not going to infinitely create liquidity for no reason, right? GameStop is illiquid. Their ability to create liquidity as needed is infinite. Greg, I think you might be bringing the 160 guy down with all this pragmatic, realistic talk. I may also have 2 of those 160s. You think they'll open 250 strikes after the split? I mean, we'll see. Maybe. They haven't really opened up farther strikes on the chain since like those leaps were opened, right? We haven't run that hard. What do you think they publish? Why do you think they publish the DRS numbers? They have to. It's a liability to future investors. Just like if there's somebody who owns more than 10% of the company, it has to be listed and reported, right? Even if that somebody is multiple individuals with closely held shares, it still presents a risk and a liability. And that has to be disclosed to anybody interested in investing their stock. Interested in investing in their stock. It's not like the groundbreaking thing people think it is, right? Also, didn't somebody fucking sue them for the numbers as well? You can explain 4 different ways for every question, but you can't understand it for them. I know. I I explain it 4 different ways because I hope that they will see my point of view and weigh that against their own and come to a decision, right? Why do people keep saying NOPEX? Like, we haven't just been up for the last 2 weeks. How do people manage to buy weeklies on the fucking top and then nag NOPEX? It's pretty common. I just ignore it at this point. Why should anyone honestly care about what GME or any other stock does other than make money? All I'm here for, money. I don't care who or how. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think Citadel owns Computershare. Actually, I think Computershare's ownership is very evenly split between several entities. Agree on IWM. It's also already has heavy put flow coming in too for the reversion to lower lows. Yeah. How are you feeling about at the money puts for IWM for September? Pretty good. I've already started buying a few, but I'm moving in slowly to bearish positions because I still think there's some room to the upside. So I've been slow to buy into any puts for a shift down. Because, as bulls gain more ground, they get more confident, and that can take a while for them to exhaust themselves. I understand your point of view. I just don't have the same point of view. It's okay to disagree. No one is angry. We're adults. Yep. I'm not angry with you. I understand. It's frustrating to try to explain it because sometimes it feels like you're not understanding what I'm saying. But I'm not angry with you personally. Jamie seems to be channel locked between 1 and 2 deviations from monthly VWAP. We'll see how long that lasts. I can't wait to see this all copied and explained incorrectly by James Rowland. No, it's because you always say that they have to cover after options expiry, but you can't cover for something that hasn't happened yet. What do you mean? Wait, I don't know what you're referring to. The context is lost on me, but liquor. Unrelated, do you think Pelosi might actually get pinched for recent trades? Seems to be gaining some attention. No, she's allowed to. I'm sure she's doing it within the confines of the law. What, if any, percent increase do you think GME gets tomorrow due to the split? Tesla went up 10% on its split, but then it tanked. Did this one get through to chat? Yes, it did. No idea. There's no way to tell what's gonna happen tomorrow. My new thesis: Jimmy blows up BlackRock. Oh Jesus! Congratulations, Bipolar Bear. Yeah, unethical is not illegal. HBO trying to revive GOT puts? Probably not. There's a reason that film studios and producers keep remaking the same shit. It's because it makes money. Do you recommend reading material that touches on that aspect of the market, how liquidity affects credit, et cetera, et cetera? Like specifically with publicly traded companies, or more of like macroeconomics? Like how focused? I probably could think of like one or two books that I've read. Yeah, I'd have to think about it, but what about that? It must be very easy for AMC to find credit. Well, it would be if they didn't have so much fucking debt, right? No one's gonna lend you if you have a shit credit score. Thoughts on shorting Italian currency? Their government in shambles. You mean the euro? Right, if you've been short the euro for like the last few months, you've probably killed it. I still haven't watched the last season of Game of Thrones. Me either. Does my sold 150 turn into four 3750s? Yes. They're not splitting the chain, so it's not going to be one 400 share contract. The OCC put out a memo like 3 weeks ago that or 2 weeks ago, that they're going to be splitting. They're just going to split the chain. Simply, they're not going to. They're going to treat it the same as they would a forward split. Do you know anything about ADIS? Repeated halts today up 50%. Probably chasey trash. Just curious. No, I haven't heard anything about it. If it's up that hard, that fast, maybe try to fade the top. As frustrating as it is to repeat yourself and go back over basics of market mechanics, it really helps me. Repetition is the key to learning and long-term memory. Thank you, Gurk. It's one of the reasons to do it. You got it. It's pronounced lawyer, you plebs. Also, Gurk, etc. I say etc. I just say, I think that's just my accent. But I pronounce the T. Do you want me to say etc.? Would that be better? Lodger? I just can't. Etc. Jesus Christ. Does this mean my 0.25 shares will grow up and become a full share? Yeah. I definitely don't say supposedly. Chat will be interesting over the next few weeks. Yeah, it will be. You see this run in the SPY continuing into next week? It's possible, although I think it's really nearing a breaking point. I think that's like 398, 400 resistance could be pretty strong. But even then, it'll probably, even if it slumps, it'll probably only slump to like the 395 range until the Fed meeting and the GDP numbers next week before it would move lower, right? So it'll just stagnate. Am I growing a rat tail? No, my hair's long because I haven't cut it in months. Pacific? The specific ocean. So all the people saying you just need one share will sell their 3 additional shares tomorrow since you only need one. We'll see. Do you pronounce Stefan with a F? No, I pronounce Stefan with an F. I pronounce Stefan with an S. His name is Stefan. P-H with a F. That's a joke. It's not Jesus. Like a speech impediment. I think if they increase by 75 BPS, we could get a summer rally, you think? I think they're going to increase by 1 and then probably move September to 1 as well because CPI is still fucked. I don't think that's going to lead to a rally, frankly. Also, the rest of the world is flailing as well. Curious, I've been looking at data. From what I can see, the spread on calls and puts during this OPEC cycle was wider than previous OPECs. Is this a correct observation? If so, is it intentional? I think it's just due to the lack of volume is just widening the spread. There's not a lot of OI, right? So the liquidity in the chain is very low, which is making the spread wider. How's the tip touch indicator look? Kind of like it did last night. His name is actually Stick Boy and Stefan. Stefan and his stick. Thing is, if they raise interest rates, the rest of the world becomes more unstable. Smaller countries use our currency, and raising rates will create instability. Sure. Why do we care? Serious question. Why has the euro value fallen to be equal to the US dollar? Because it's worth less? Are you back under 20K yet? I will be by the end of the day. Dillard's talk about DRS in their earnings report. They post information. Well, information is held on their shares outstanding, but it's also not 10%. It's not more than 10% of the company. It's a significant number of their shares outstanding, but it's not 10%. Most of their ownership is inside ownership, right? Which is not part of the shares outstanding, and is listed as inside ownership. But out of their free float, it's not more than 10% of the total shares in the company held, because their free float's so small. So even though it's 70% of their free float, it's not more than 10% of the company. It's also employee ownership. It's like closely held via employees, which is slightly different. Either way, not materially relevant for them. IBKR cash settled 3258.16. Buying power 2172.06. Does that mean 21,721.06 divided by 3,258.16 equals IBKR giving me 6.6x leverage? Yes. Probably also your shares, not just leverage on your settled cash. Do you have any other ownership? I'm assuming that your math is correct there. It looks roughly right. After the split today, is Stalin coming back from a gaping fiery hole in the ground to battle Pulte to the death? Maybe? Seems kind of irresponsible of RC to issue 100% of C-suite's salary at $200 a share in hindsight. Or maybe that wasn't all of their compensation. No, it was. Yeah, they all signed up for fucking share and like performance and vesting backed like share like structure plans. So it's yeah, they're all being paid in shares, like equity. I think we're still on F-Man and Feb was just pushed out a month. Maybe. Like Feb was pushed out a month and June was just way bigger and July was just bigger than like due to it's possible. I'm not gonna say it's not. I mean our like that back end indicator kind of indicates that an August run is the most likely one. Remember you get frustrated by a question from chat. Just remember that microwave food companies have to put warning product will be hot on the package for a reason. This is true. No, it's just a paper account. I was just trying to understand how much leverage does IBKR give to EU retail. Probably not that much. Maybe they give you more because it's a paper account. That seems like an awful lot without any shareholding. Like during maybe like last year, you could have gotten 6x leverage, maybe 8, but usually with a lot more money than that. Just noticed the new hat. It's a really old hat. You talk about your general feelings on dolphins. I don't have any. Never understand why you need to have margin to use spreads because of the risk. It depends on the kind of spread. You don't need margin for all of them. Usually only if you have something that's like uncovered. So about a month ago, I accidentally bought 10 BB contracts for Jan instead of 10 BBBY contracts. The BB is performing so much better. Nice. Is OPEX now officially over, as far as I'm concerned? When you decide to stop streaming in 5 years, will you do tearful goodbye, a grateful Reddit Discord announcement, or just delete your accounts with no explanation? That last one sounds good. Wouldn't moon soon? LOL. Okay. What if we run into the end of the day so they can reg again Friday, or you think they're just gonna downtrend all Friday? We'll see. I mean, I'm not gonna try to predict what's gonna happen when GameStop fucking splits tomorrow. It's ridiculous. What can happen? All kinds of shit. Very volatile. Or nothing at all, which is basically what's happened for the last week. It's going up. It's been boring as shit, though. I've been... DDS still running. GME soon. Yeah, I know. Looking super clean out of the box. It sounds exciting. I promise I'll check it out. Do you think August 19th is enough theta on IWM puts? Probably, yeah. It's a little tight, but probably. You'll have to tighten up your risk a little bit. It should happen in the pre-market. When the pre-market opens up, GameStop will be split. 4 a.m. Do you plan to buy SPY IWM puts for a drop after next Friday's inflation news? Or do you think it's priced in? Next Friday's inflation news. What inflation news is next Friday? Personal spending and income? I expect it could drop after new home sales, durable goods, the Fed interest rate decision, and official announcement of a recession. I think the inflation data is already out for this month. Came out last week. What are your thoughts on a FOMO run tomorrow? Totally possible. SPY looks like it's topping out a bit. Is that correct? It's not incorrect. Yeah, volume's declining a little bit into this run. Over the last 5 days, too. Yeah, the 5 minute, it's kind of dropping off. Well, it could be picking up here. I still think it can test like 398. What is it? Hold on, let me look at my other chart. 398.53. Maybe even as high as 403 before tomorrow. So like I said, if you're entering anything to the short side, I would be slow to enter it because this still can run a little bit. It's not dead yet. You see the indicator from yesterday? Or does that not correlation if OPEX is over? Or does that not correlation? If OPEX is over this, you're not showing it anymore. Oh no, Dork's just working on it today. That's why I'm not using it. Because he's like programming shit on it. It looks relatively the same as it did yesterday on the macro. It doesn't really change with price, right? And then nothing's really happening today. Can you guys stop spamming NoPEX? I'm getting PTSD. In your opinion, what retracement could IWM do? How far could it fall? I don't know. I haven't done an analysis yet. The puts I have are like right at the money, so cool, thanks. I was just wondering. No problem. Cab wants to break 180. I guess. It'd be cool if it does. I don't think the Dow's performing that well today. Yeah, it's only up 8 basis points. NASDAQ and SPY are doing really well. It looks good. Could they cover a percentage post split? Sure, but how would we know if it was covering or just FOMO? Tesla burning 300 million a quarter and is above 800. Wow. Don't worry. It's still overpriced. I'm behind, but don't lose hope, Girk. I haven't. And keep doing what you do and slaughtering the FUD. The lurkers are learning, even if the screams are melting down. Just closed a Jamie August 19, 120 for 2x on Fidelity. Do you know when it settles so I can re-enter? T+1. Seems like this week was FOMO packs. Yeah. I mean, they very well could have covered like the July obligations. They were super small. There was only 40,000 puts closed. Still no volume from June though. When early on you used a tight 5% loss tolerance, did you set that stop right after purchase? Yep. Constant monitoring, yeah. And it wasn't 5%, it was 2, but I wasn't trading options. You have to allow a little more room for options because the higher volatility and the fact from price movement. Slow packs. Went up a lot, but I don't think we went up a lot based on covering. Massive orders coming in for weekly SPY 390 puts. Dump into close? It could. Like I just said, Dominic, I think it can move up a little more still. Even if shorts are repositioning, that doesn't mean it's going to dump into close. It could dump into tomorrow morning. What data today would make you either go back into your OPEX position or go ahead with cover calls or puts? I'm probably not going to do either of those until next week. The only way I would go back into my OPEX position is if we start running hard on volume. And then I'll just buy in the money and see what happens. Are you worried at all that shorts don't care anymore or out? I haven't been worried about short positions for months. Short vol, that's another story. If they're out, that kind of sucks, but I'm not really worried about it. Are they saving ammo to short and after hours? Who the fuck knows, man? Like, can they shorten after hours? Sure. Are they gonna? No one has any idea. Any thoughts on potential SoFi reverse split if approved by shareholders? Usually not a good thing. Reverse splits are bad unless there's intense short interest, which there probably isn't. If anything, it would just run into the reverse split because shorts would cover. Can you explain why, when chasing a hard run, you buy in the money? Sorry, hold on. In the money calls as opposed to near the money. It depends on the run. I'll buy in the money calls if it's like mostly, like most of the volume has already come in. I'll buy near the money calls if the run is just starting. And that's only if I'm buying like short dated calls or chasing. And that's because if it doesn't move up like the full notional amount, right? Because options are priced based on their strike, right? So if you buy, you know, like say a stock is running up and it's at like 155.45, right? And you buy a 156 and like 156 call, and the price of the stock moves to like 155.88, you've gotten no additional value in this call, right? Not really. Like maybe like a couple cents. But if you buy like a 155, you know, it'll go up relative to that price increase, and you can cut the loss. You're also not exposed to theta if it's like a weekly call. Obviously, in bigger ranges, that's even more important. So if, you know, you're buying like a 170 and, you know, it's at the current price is at like 160 versus buying a 155 and it hits 165, but it never hits 170. Like this call will profit more than this one. Thank you for all your training. You've helped me be an actual CC options trader and actually work towards my goals. I like just sitting here waiting on a mythical MOASS. No problem, man. When are you looking to buy spy puts? I have some already. I'll probably just DCA into them over the next couple days. Are you telling me that you're not able to predict exactly what a fund is going to do at any point in time? I mean, why are we even tuning in then? What's up, Gaff? I thought you were a data scientist. Where dog? Slurp purple crayons for life. Did you see the latest news? They've created too much risk for computer share with their $69,420 orders. How far out do you go for spy? For swings? Usually like a couple weeks. Like the puts I'm buying right now are for August 19th. What? Yeah, so computer share cut their sell limit down to 3,500 from 214,000 because they were creating like risk at the clear, like they were creating risk for the broker because they kept placing like good to close limit orders for obscene amounts. Do we expect a huge sell wall at 3,500 to halt Moana? We gotta get weird. Say controversial things. Controversial things. But when the price hit more than 3,500, that's not the limit. Yeah, I know. But they don't understand that. They also just found out that computer share same like broker, which is hysterical. Take your foot off the neck of MOASS and let it run. Yeah, starting after tomorrow, they'll only be able to place the equivalent of a 28,000 per share current share price. I know. Wait, no, it's... Is it? Yeah. Wait. 7? No, 14,000 a share current share price. Right? Yeah. The thing is, no, I mean, like, if the price moved up that much, they would be able to place an order much higher, right? It's just like any other brokerage. Like, Fidelity has like a 600% out of the money limit. So you can't sell anything more than 600% out of the money. It's all brokers have that. They're just faced with the harsh reality that computer share still needs brokers to transact anything because they're not a brokerage. I think Fidelity's more than 50%. Market orders can still be way higher out of the money. You can't set a market order out of the money. It's a market order out of the money. It's a market order. You're only allowed to place a limit within 3% of NBBO? Jesus. That's fucking rough. Why is there a limit for any broker? Like, why do they care if you put a sell limit at 1 million? Uh, it increases their risk. They have to post collateral. %, yeah, it's really low. Jesus. That's fucking tight. Why even place limits at that point? Yeah, I don't know. The only reason we haven't messed is because Girk sold a covered call. That's not true. I set all my market orders out of the money. Jesus Christ. Just tested Fidelity, set a sell at 900, no problem. Thanks, Buttlicker. Fill the shell. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are those plants? Are those two different types of shrubbery? What is this risk you speak of? There's no risk analysis in this market. Haven't you been listening to the masses? Risk is FUD. Being afraid of 210K or 3K limits in relation to MOASS doesn't make sense. Why set a limit if you're expecting millions? Why expect millions if you have a brain? Maybe we've covered this already, but if you no longer believe that MOASS will happen, does that mean that you will continue to stream if and when it does? No. What? I don't even, like, would I stream MOASS if it happens? Fuck no. It's not going to happen. Like, I mean, sure, there's like a extremely small chance that it could, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, that still stands. If we suddenly short squeeze out of nowhere, I'm turning the fucking stream off. Good luck to all of you. Are you ready? Less than 24 hours before I have more shares than you. I've waited months for this day. Gaff, that is not how it works. I got a new job that's in an office, and I haven't been able to watch as I'm a shill. Haha, said it, clip it, got him. Thanks, Poops the Bed. I'm seeing something strange at CS right now. I put a sell order for one of the shares for 3,500 to see how much the sell order counter increased. Went to cancel it, but it shows it was executed at 158.75. Um, okay. Anyway, yeah, 600% for Fidelity. Some of the other brokerages are like 50%, but Fidelity's 600%. It's almost like a broker with $7 trillion is better. Congrats on that, Phil. Yeah, it's funny to think about guys at Brokerage that see some dude's account with a 69 million limit order calling in about computer sharing crime. Those reps must be laughing amongst themselves. I don't think it's funny for them anymore. Have you ever done vertical credit spreads via CSPs or buying contracts? Vertical spreads? Yeah. Can you explain how high limits present risk to a broker? I don't get it. Because they have to have collateral to cover those limits and to keep them on the lit like on the lit exchange, right? To have that limit posted, they have to post collateral to their clearinghouse. That's why usually the clearinghouse just kicks the order back because it's bullshit. I guess the whole CS thing makes sense. If you want shares in your name, you got to make the drive to NYSE and sell them yourself like a farmer's market. Do you expect this weird war between short hedge funds and RSS to go on virtually forever, or will one side eventually give up? I actually do expect the war between RSS and RSS to go on forever. Slowly over time, they'll run out of entities to cannibalize, and then they'll be left all on their own. What VWAP hat, Moose? Okay. What are you talking about? For people worried about PyPhi's skepticism of MOASS, don't worry. His mood is not determinative. Happy split day, everyone. Yeah, splits are cool. I mean, if MOASS happens, I'll make money. I don't care. I just don't think it will. I think holding on to the hope that it will is silly. I think it loses people money. I think it's lost people a lot of money already. Billions of dollars. Retail investor money has been lost. You give me shit for no packs. At least the price went up. At least I didn't encourage people to hold their profits until there were losses. Because that's what they do. Literally just noticed the hat. How many days has that been new? This is the hat I first wore when I started the stream. Gaff. The VWAP hat actually was not the original hat. This is the original hat. You'll be one embarrassed billionaire, you shill. I know, it's gonna be so terrible for me. Why don't you believe in MOASS? I see too many ways out. In a system designed to prevent it from happening. I don't think it's a possibility. I'm not saying we can't squeeze or run really hard and have like good profits, fun times. I think that'll happen, but I don't think MOASS to millions of dollars a share is a reality. Keep growing my hair out. Ugh. I probably will because I don't like getting haircuts. Spy more ups, or is it over? I mean, it failed. It kind of failed the resistance. Well, very close to the resistance I expected. My target was a little higher. That doesn't mean it's not going to recover and keep moving up. Just because it failed the first test doesn't mean it will fail the next. Sitting on your yacht with egg on your face in the South Pacific. Yeah. We said it a long time ago. This is a long play. You can make money on the cycles. Yep. And if those dry up, guess what? There's other stocks. All of which have been more profitable this week than GameStop. I remember you saying in December that buy and hold and not profiting isn't realistic. You said it's time for a change in mindset. I've now made money selling the peaks. Thanks, Gherk. You're welcome, man. Gherk is jaded. I'm not jaded. Just realistic. Almost 14K bid at 152.50 for GME relevant. It'll hold our floor a bit. I don't see it though. At least, well, it's too far out of the money for me to see it on this order book. Flat into CNS, then move. Also risky to hold August 19, 160s overnight if bought at close. It was risky to hold them beyond like the first 5 minutes of this morning. $14 gay bid? Wait, what? That's why they pay me the big bucks. Making money and potentially increasing your GME shareholding is 1,000% more effective for squeezing shorts than someone buying in at 300 and doing nothing else. I know. I've tried to explain that repeatedly. Oh, there's a VWASP. I hear it. I don't see it, which is freaking me the fuck out. But I hear it. I'm gonna boof Stickler. All he ever does is cause us pain. How dare you? Paiva has never been jaded about the stock. By society, that's another story. He has a Starbucks in his kitchen. For him, no, MOASS is no big deal. I mean, no, it'd be a huge deal. I have a ton of shares. Of course it's a big deal. I understand pinning hope. You know, I didn't always have money. I get it. But I'm also trying to show people that there's a better way to get out of that situation than hoping on an outcome that will likely never arrive. That's what I've done all along, whether it's been blatantly obvious or not. Even when I believed in the potential for MOASS, I didn't think it was going to happen the fucking way people described it. I mean, go back and watch my old videos when people ask me what my floor is. Like, nothing's really changed. It just took a long time to get to a place where there were enough people that understood what was going on to say the things I say now. It's the slow shill. It's not easy. Okay, this motherfucker is gigantic and he's somewhere near me. How do you lower cost basis by selling CCs? It depends on how your broker tracks it, but essentially that you would be making premium on the shares that you bought, right? Which would then lower the cost of those shares. But it's an accounting thing. Not all brokers do it. It's mostly irrelevant because the money coming in is considered income. I copied your current AMA settings and the indicator as the default settings, so changing indicators because of its far superior features will be seamless and quick as possible. Thank you, Stefan. I appreciate the custom VWAP indicator. I promised you I would check it out. Better ways to make money, better than MOASS or dropping school loans on far out of the money weeklies so I can go from nobody to 15 sugar babies. Shill, hugs, pokes Bobby with a stick, still hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Maybe you just need one sugar baby. 15's a lot. I can see that being very pricey. If other stocks run harder than GME during these OPEX runs, what's your incentive to continue mainly watching GME? None. Okay, I'll be right back. Do my parties 0 DT responsibly? Yeah, I know. Hear me out. Using lowest strike DT to take delivery of the underlying max delta minimum theta. 100% bypass of the stock MM. My own mini margin call. Maybe even can get the mob on SS to follow. Buy my damn shares, bitch. All right. I've got to deal with this. But thank you, Big Diggler. I got him. He put up a fight. Yeah, and he stole. Well, he didn't steal my hat, but his body is now part of it. Once again, options is a strategic investment, changing your life for the better. Well, I missed him, and then he got pissed, and then I had to do some stuff. You mentioned in the past options being mispriced. What are you looking for? A lagging change in delta values, big price discrepancies between close strikes. Mostly you're looking for discrepancy between the price of puts and calls at the same strike. Great. Thoughts on CCs at the money for a month out? Safe? Risky. Do you want to get assigned at the money? Do some stuff, Sam, like scream like a girl. I didn't scream like a girl, but I did freak out and knock over a bunch of shit. Please do a historical reenactment of the battle. It was a big fucking hornet. He was like that big. And like I hit him Like I threw a shoe at him, and I kind of hit him, but I missed, and then he got angry, and then he came at me, and then I had to beat him to death with my cookies hat. Mold, decrepit elevators, killer VWAS. I take it back. You probably do live in the hellhole, otherwise known as New York City. I got stung by one today. Fuck that. I would pay $500 to have Pi-Fi do a stream wearing a beekeeper suit. The VWASP remediation unit. I don't even know if he came from the trash can. This was a big, mean fucker. This wasn't like the Yellow Jackets. This... No, it wasn't clipped. It was actually a drone. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. I'm leaving his body exposed as a warning. I'm calling animal protection. Okay. I don't know if it was a wasp. I don't know. Here, you want me to go get it and show it to you guys? It was a fucking unit, right? It was a mud dauber? Whatever, he was gigantic. I just chucked it out the window. Dune Hunter Seeker. I just closed my window. That was a thick-bootied stinger boy. Tesla rally over. I don't know, maybe. It's kind of just hung up at this price right here. 812. It still looks kind of bullish, honestly. Jimmy Put's gonna print? Of course not. This is the world we live in now. Where wherever puts and calls are bought, Jimmy just trades in between them until they're gone. At what point are you gonna roll your August BBBY calls? I should probably get rid of the rest of them now. Did you ever unban Koala Hugger? No. When Jimmy is on a slow day, would you be up for going back over the SPY chart near end of day and drawing some intraday TA trends that happened and how you would have played them at the time? I feel like that might be like a thing for like the members stream, no Squire. Probably not for the day to day. Maybe. We'll see. Why ditching BBBY? I'm just ditching the August calls because they're just fucking getting burned up. I sold the fives while they were still profitable earlier. Tesla was the play the whole time. It usually is. What are your thoughts on future OPEC cycles going forward? We'll see. I mean, we'll just have to wait, right? Hopefully after the split, we start to see, you know, obligations building again, and you know, back to the usual. We may not. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks though, as we dig for new information and how the split is going to affect things. Jimmy very oversold all day. I hope this split, there's some FOMO to combat the sell pressure. There probably will be to some degree. Is the WASP battle available to billionaires? Was it more intense than the Battle of 180? Or the battle for 180 was not intense, right? Tesla being the first single stock ETF was a pretty good sign. It was private enemy number one. The single stock ETFs don't really affect anything. They're just leveraged ETFs, right? They just have options on the underlying in order to maintain the leverage. So it's like shares and options instead of just shares. I hate Elon Musk. I'm not a big fan. Did you say earlier you weren't holding any options through the split? I currently don't have any. Why hold them through the split? That's my question. Like, why not just buy new ones tomorrow? Should I take my $8 in Snapchat profits? Wheat puts on the fire. What is wheat doing lately? I haven't paid attention to that at all. I still have money in that. Ugh. What the fuck was that? No food. Wheat goes down. Amazing. Will you pay for the pain you've caused? Rip VWASP Melvin. It's going to be awesome. Everybody's going to be generating obscene amounts of capital with GameStop covered calls and using that to lose on other plays. I'm excited. Why wouldn't I sell CCs every week, but sell them way out of the money? Is there no way of getting assigned if there's no risk? I mean, there's risk. It's just low, right? It's like very low risk. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. March OPEX, I was not prepared and made a good bit of money. This OPEX, I was very prepared and made some money. Get out of my head, Kenny. Yeah. Do you share the scripts you use on the chart? What scripts? I don't use any, like, you mean this? It's just VWAP and EMAs. That's all I have on there. The resistance and support lines are hand drawn. We can expect a lot more options to be exercised, yes? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different environment, and I'm excited for it. It's nice to get a change of pace. We're going to be able to wheel GameStop affordably, covered calls, more fun stuff to do on spreads that aren't obscenely priced. I would love to take profits, but hard to while trading under my cost basis. Only been in the market for 2 years, and the plan was to go long everything tomorrow, selling CCs. Thanks for the help. You got it, man. Hand drawn? Doubt it. What, the support and resistance lines? No, they are. You can go back and find the stream where I drew them 4 months ago. So we become boomer pickles? Well, yeah, while degen YOLOing on the spy and caterpillar, but yeah. There's nothing boomer about selling fucking short iron condors and shit. Get off my trading floor. So I was thinking about buying GME 160s before close, just in case Ivy bumps in the AM and we rip. Thoughts? 0 DTEs? You know they're gonna lose like $1 overnight, right? Can you show us TA on GME? What do you mean? Like what TA do you want me to show you? This is the entire day today has been a bear flag. It's probably going to go down more based on this current formation. I can't wait to be 80, still on Pi-Fi, writing lame jokes and getting ignored. I'll be dead long before then. Fiscal responsibility for all my trades? Never. I'm really excited about the spreads not being backbreaking so that we can do those fun, complex option spreads and not instantly lose a bunch of money. I still have my September calls. So what I did this week, Thunder, was I played weekly 175s. I sold those in order to offset any risk on my September 175s. If it drops below 175, I'll use some of those profits to buy even more. I hope you like purple lightsabers, because that's what wielding this beyond beautiful yet effective indicator feels like. You don't have to keep selling it to me, Stefan. How did you land on $7 for BBBY leaps? That was halfway between where the big pile of puts is and the current price. That's also, they were a little bit underpriced when I bought them, but now they suck. A good chunk of my long-term GME bullishness is the amount of talent Cohen hired poach. Is the enticement purely a turnaround play or something else? I mean, it's probably the turnaround play. A lot of potential and increased market cap, and they've stayed for the most part. We've only lost the chief operating officer and the CFO once, so you know there's potential in the company. I mean, I am long on it for its fundamental value. I will say that my cost basis is cheaper than most people's, and that does help, but there's always opportunity to average down. And just because you weren't the first into something doesn't mean that you're not in it at a good price point. I don't know what you asked, Hansworth. Do you anticipate runs in the near future? We'll see. Things are going to change, but we don't know if they're going to change for the worse or the better. Options will be cheaper, which could make, residual OPEX moves even more volatile. We just don't know yet what's going to happen. Where George Sherman? The motherfucker still has his shares, I think. I want to inform you that I lost half of my OPEX position on this morning dip. I usually lose everything. I'd call this making progress. Time to go long rope, next OPEX. You and me both. That cost basis makes all the difference. It definitely makes it a lot easier. So far as holding calls through the split, it's 160 for August. I'm slightly down, but if you expect Ivy to increase after the split, I don't want to sell for a loss, then try to chase. Thoughts? We could see improvement in Ivy after the split. We may just see a sell-off, though. And you're close enough to the money that you should be aware of that. Like, that's not a low delta call, right? And if there is a sell-off due to the split, ooh. He does. He owns more insider shares than anyone other than RC. It is a lot. Thanks for creating this channel and helping to deprogram me from the cult. Anytime, Mr. Finch. Did you try to tell me you're not a fortune teller? No. What happens when my call is dated for Friday and next Friday? They split. Multiply the number of contracts by 4. Divide the strike by 4. It's like they knew what my cost average is. $2 short from finally breaking even, and then red and downs. I'm sorry, Corbin. If people think there's a sell-off tomorrow, why don't they just sell today? It's a good question. I mean, I don't think anybody's selling their shares, but I think it's the question of what's going to happen tomorrow for people holding options. Getting closer to my first positive theta sell. Sold weekly CC for a whopping $12. Nice. That's solid money. If you sell your shares, you lose out on the divvy. It's the dumbest thing in the world. It's pretty silly. $50 post split, reasonable if they turn around. Yeah. Option's gonna print tomorrow. Trust me, bro. It sounds like a great strategy. Who cares about the divvy? It's just a split. I mean, I don't. How did that get so loose? Someone sells today before market close. Do they still receive 3 shares? No. Only the ones held are split. If you sell today, you will sell whatever share you sell with a due bill for the shares for the dividend. Of course, you don't care. The moment that split happens, I finally have more shares than you. That's not how math works, Gaff. You will have more shares. They'll be worth less, but you'll still have less than me. I care. I'm gonna have 4 times the amount of GME shares. Suck it, nerds. But why contracts for? Because they're splitting the chain. Was being able to hang in here, laugh, learn, stonks, and share it with each other was the real MOASS. We're gonna keep improving, stack tendies, and laugh together. SS is just gonna be asking, what do now? Fair. How much the dividend? What do you mean? It's just the splits your shares, Trina. It's not a cash dividend. The poople. We'll see. All right. Is it true that if you make a Facebook with a post that says, do not sell my due bill with my shares, that your broker has to give you the dividend even after you sell your shares? It's not, Dave of the Pigeonwheel Daves. No, they are splitting the chain. There was a fucking notice about it 2 weeks ago. I put it in the fucking announcements. They shouldn't split it, but they move forward with just splitting the chain. They should create 2 separate chains because it's a share dividend, but they're not doing that. They're just treating it as a standard forward split, and the option to do that is at the discretion of the OCC. But I have endlessly gone over it since they released the memo on how they were going to handle the GameStop split. DFE about to have 800k shares. Yeah. So tomorrow the price will be 1/4 of what it is today. Duh, buy puts. Also not how that works. Would a cash dividend hurt the shorts more than a split? Probably. Can I please go back in time and not ask that question? Yes. George Sherman about to have 4.3 million shares. Guess so. Seems likely that GameStop will do another share offering in the future. I want to ask how this will affect the profitability of selling options. Long-term income is important to me. I mean, it shouldn't have, it's not going to affect the IV probably very much. But be aware of it. You know, if for all you know, there could be larger turnarounds in the company before they ever do another share offering. And you know, if the price of the company improves and more of the turnaround is complete at that point, then you don't really care if they do a small share offering, right? Seven quarters is a lot of time to turn some shit around. No, they're not giving us a cash dividend. Goddamn. Really hoping these options chains start getting lit up with money from retail. Options are usually pricey here, but maybe drive some price action. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're going to get some nice volatility, some more interest in trading, maybe even institutional interest in trading GameStop, like options and stock. And I think that'll be good for price improvement overall. When Jimmy has positive EPS, it could be a while. Oh, Jesus. You're one of the NFT dividend people? I don't think that's happening, man. Are we giving GameStop a dividend? No. Why would RC change the stock dividend to a cash dividend? He didn't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Am I gonna have to deal with this shit now? God damn it, Trina. When I get my NFT dividend, I can set a sell limit, thank you. Higher than 3,500 on the new blockchain market. Good luck. At least EPS will be less next report. You know, less than a negative is more negative, right? What if DFE posts his share account after the split and it's more than 4 times what he had last April? Bullish. My only regret is that I didn't kick off this round of troll posts. You didn't. Cover call tutorial on School of Stocks this weekend stream. I already did a School of Stock covered call video. They're just, I don't know what else I'm supposed to tell people about covered calls. They're really simple. How can I buy puts on mortgage-backed securities? That's a good question. There's ETFs you can short. Give it like 2 weeks or till September when ETFs rebalance, and maybe SS is dead. We will see what happened with the divvy, and if anything pops out in September, I'm not selling any shares until then. I'll just buy more. Yeah, I'm not getting out. Can you share your thoughts on why RC moved the cash dividend? You say we're getting, and how can I DRS said cash dividend? Fuck you, Patrick Swayze. Why did RC move me from middle class to lower class? If you're looking for dividends, you may want something like the overstock dividend of a tokenized form for each stock of the share that's owned. After the token debut, the stock went from like 10 to 70. Yeah, that didn't work out well for them. The IV30 number also get divided by 4 once it splits? No. Once I get the NFT dividend for my expired puts, I'm going to sell them on the marketplace for 1,000 RC bucks. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, cock magic. It's, sure, man. It's fine, Trina. Are you going to make any more stock school videos? It's probably someday. I don't know. It's like, I hate making videos. It's super fucking boring. And then I have to use things I swore I would never touch in my professional life. Like Excel and the other one for the slides. PowerPoint. There's like cannolis delivered from a little shop in Trieste. If you need me, call the hospital because I'll be in a food coma. That sounds amazing. With regards to generating consistent income with GME, do you prefer CCs or CSPs and why? Why not both? See, wheeling a stock that you want to own anyway is the best. My course is asking if you've used the new script on Tesla. Could you? Just tell him to buy like $80 out of the money calls. He'll be golden. Don't do that. That's a joke, people. Don't actually do that. But Tesla's not going up $80. Not today. You have a portfolio for income, dividend kings, REITs, etc. Yeah. Although, I mean, my dividend returns and like REITs aren't very high because I don't have a lot of like long-term holdings, but I have some. I have enough. That was like one of my first focuses, was building enough capital to like have a consistent dividend income that would keep me from ever being broke. I usually just reinvest it because I make like enough money that I don't have to spend it, but it's there if I ever need it. David, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rob Davis, Redneck Paisano. You mentioned that Gen 950s are getting the end of their usefulness as an IV play. How much longer do you anticipate them still being a good play? I mean, up to like 90 DTE, and then, you know, they'll start to fade off. Yeah, Gen 24 510s, or, you know, as interest picks up in newer leap strikes that are opening, and the spreads tighten up a bit, you know, those. I think Marches are already open, right? Or Febs, like Feb 23s are already open. There's not a lot of interest in them, but there's like 320 strikes over there. I don't think any of these have a lot of open interest. Oh, you know, August 23 200s have some. So do the 290s and the 300s. So, you know, those will start to pick up as well, and those will present opportunities for a similar type of exposure. How do you feel about covering other stocks primarily during non-OPEX weeks when Jamie's boring as fuck? Maybe we make money elsewhere and it's more fun and less whining. I mean, I do cover other stocks. Everyone's like wants to know about GameStop all the time. But yeah, probably. You know, if OPEX and everything. The thing is, the reason we cover the period between is because there's also opportunity to the downside. Just do it in front of a green screen and let people animate it for you. I don't know how to do that. That sounds... Any thoughts on whether existing support and resistance will still be relevant after the split? Or do we just need to track and create new ones in our chart going forward post-split? They'll be relevant to a degree, but yeah, we'll have to create new ones. Oh, Jesus, Kyle, Doug. Need some help. How many Shrootbacks is the dividend? Follow up to that. What's the conversion rate to Stanley Nichols? Fucking Christ. What's the best pizza in New York City? I need for future reference. My current two favorite places are Scars and La Industry. There's a lot of other places, like Prince Street's pretty good if you like that kind of pizza. That's in Manhattan. But yeah, those would probably be like top 3 right now. You selling those snap calls first thing in the morning if they run after hours on earnings? Yeah, I might sell them tonight. They're almost up 10%. It's almost a better deal than any potential that it could have. 22K, 1 DTE BTC puts. Am I looking at the 1 day here? 30-minute. You know, I don't love it. Gav, can you do 22.5? Is that an option? That seems way more likely. I don't know if you need it to go in the money or not. Do you give a shit? Or are you just going to try and make money on the spread? Like, I can see it breaking down, but... Am I bullish on Snap? I have a theory about Snap. Have you ever owned a company that does physical dividends? No. Huh. When is the touching of the tip ceremony? I mean, it looks like it's like a couple weeks out, at least. If you cover other stuff, how will we see the tips touch? Don't worry, I'll keep everyone abreast of the tips and their locations. How much in dividends do you need to live off of, just in case? Like 5,000, 6,000 a month. I just like make sure my rent and bills are covered. That's like, I mean, it reinvests, so it's growing, but slowly. Still think the cookies hat is bad luck, don't you? I mean, I don't know, now that it's covered in the body of that wasp. Mainly money on the spread. Can go 23K, slightly lower OI, but I definitely like it more. Yeah, I feel like that's a better... I mean, you're in the money then, though. It sucks that they don't have a half step. Where are the tips currently? The same place they were fucking last night? You renting a mansion then? No, my apartment's like 3,500 a month. And then like my bills are probably like 500-600, and then like the rest is just like food and shit. I don't think Coke has a very good yield, does it? I have like covered calls and stuff I sell out of there too. It's not all dividend stocks. Would you care to share the dividend portfolio methodology on the member stream? I've built one, curious how they compare. Yeah, I could probably go over, like, well, I could go over my positions. I don't know how much methodology there is to it. Is 3.8% decent for a divvy position? Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it really depends on growth and the underlying at that point versus your yield. Like, Cat has like a 3% yield, right? But it has a lot of growth potential from its current price. So, you know, like, that would be a really attractive investment to hold for like a long time. What dividend stocks comprise most of your dividend position? O. Lots of O. Too much O. Overexposed to O. I have SCHD, which doesn't have that great of a yield. It's like 3.44, but I have a really cheap cost basis. I now have Amazon, which I just saw covered calls on. Are you going to trade more actively on stream starting tomorrow? That'll be fun to watch. Compare your active techniques to mine. I mean, not starting tomorrow, but I may. We'll see. You know, things with GameStop may not change all that much, right? What are you renting? A closet? Actually, I have a 2-bedroom. It's I got it really cheap because I moved during the pandemic. I think if my release renews, it's gonna go up to like 5 or 6, like almost double. If you had a 50K pour and wanted to take moderate risk, no YOLOs, how much do you think you could like me or you? I think you could probably, I don't know, maybe beat the market. Like that's tough to say. I know like my average rate of like performance, um, but that's not gonna necessarily match yours. And mine's on higher risk, so even that assessment would be off. Can you go back to the 1 minute? Sure. What luxuries do you spend money on? The only thing I really spend a lot of money on is like food, and even that I don't spend that much. 3,500 is less than a parking place some places. Like I said, I got a good deal. Is your streaming studio in the other bedroom? Yes. There is no baby warden. Yesterday I heard you mention scalping is a good method for building up a small capital position. Can you give some guiding principles and what to research to understand this more? I mean, scalping's really not that complicated. You buy in on a run, you sell on the same run, in and out, right? I'm sure there's a million scalping guides out there. I'm sure most of them are just bullshit. You want to make sure that volume hasn't peaked in the run that you're buying into, and that's about it. It really couldn't be more simple. The problem is it's very risky. You can get rug pulled, you can get caught in bull traps and bear traps, and just get fucked on your position. So that's the danger. So you have to have really tight risk. But I mean, that's it. It's super simple. And you can, you know, develop other methodologies. You can, I know like Stefan uses like EMA traps and stuff, but I don't even really think you need to get that complicated. Look for breaks above VWAP with some volumetric move. And if volume hasn't exhausted itself, you will make money. If it has, and you buy it at the wrong time, you'll learn very quickly not to do that. The problem is it doesn't really work with large positions. It's really only good for short, quick profits. You know, you need to choose the stocks you do it on a little more carefully. You don't want to get like too wide of a spread on the bid ask. You don't want to get in on something that has a lot of high frequency trading, because they can like stop moving and reverse very quickly. Say it. This must be MOASS. Is it? It's like a little bit of volume. It's cool. Good scalp example of this last little GME run. Yeah, like you would buy on this breakout, right? Or on this bounce. Like if you're good, you'll buy on this bounce. Or you'd buy on the breakout and you'd sell on the resistance, right? So when the volume stagnated for a second there, you would cut. Which, you know, would be like a $1.30 improvement. So if you're buying at the money contracts at like 153, you know, and you're selling at the resistance, you're up $1 a share, depending on your leverage. What's your plan for exiting your BBY leaps and August calls? I'm already out of the August ones. I'm gonna hold the leaps, see what their plan is, see if Cohen buys more. That's some interesting volume that we're getting here. Very interesting indeed. BYX. That's not an exchange we see pop up very often. It's CBOE, isn't it? The Bats exchange? Hmm. Curious. Buying in preparation for tomorrow? Maybe. Plot twist, OPEX is real. I don't know. This kind of reminds me of like the sustained buy pressure we had on Tuesday. I think it was this one where we had this like increasing volume, and then that was it. So it's kind of similar to that. Got stuffed a little bit there. You think RC will buy more? What does he need to double down? He can do everything he already wants to do with his 10% ownership and 3 board members. I mean, he really can't, right? He doesn't have control of the board. And remember that 7 of the remaining board members were people that voted for the share buyback, which they never should have done, instead of paying off their debt going into inflation, right? So 7 of the people on that board are not really interested in the long-term survival of the company. $1 million SPY volume, 8x the daily 1 million. Moon commencing? No, I don't think so. Who the fuck would sell today? It's a good question. What's your favorite LOTR character and why is it Gimli? It's not Gimli. It's definitely Gandalf. But if you sold today, Gaff, you wouldn't have more shares than me tomorrow. You know what? You're just all over the place on this. Have I sold today? Will I get my dividend? No. Oh, I thought. Why is it so boring to watch the ticker? It's not. Kidding. If I buy today, will I get the dividend? You should, yeah. You may not get it tomorrow, though. It may be a few days. When the due bills settle. I have SCHD. I have O. Those are the big ones. I have a bunch of Palantir, Tesla, and AMD that I sell calls on. The whole portfolio has like a 7. Like, I think the dividend yield is like 7%. But I also sell covered calls out of it as well. How's Zoma looking? I have no idea. QYLD is mediocre in this like kind of bearish market. Won't you be making more than that on GMECCs? Yeah, but that's part of a different portfolio, right? You don't commingle your funds. Gelato, always. It's better than the other two. That's why. Italian Prime Minister resigns. Well, didn't they just remove Parliament? Building 30 DTE spy puts. Add the money for safety into next week's disaster economic data. I already have some. Yeah, I went over this earlier, but yeah, I have some. I'm DCAing into more. Power Hour song before the split for old time's sake. Yeah, I'll play it. Show us the new script with Tesla, the one that Stefan made. Oh, the other one, Dork's working on it right now, so I can't use it. I still laugh at JFresh's comment in the Discord a couple days ago. If he really needed our money, he wouldn't eat on the stream. It's true. We look at a short MBS ETFs on. I'm not looking to. Someone was asking about it. MBB, VMBS, or JMBS. What about CMBS? Can we expect the average volume to multiply by 4 after the split? Not necessarily, but we could expect it to go up, yeah. What advice would you give someone with low 2XX shares and a cost basis around 230? My share cost basis is around 120, but I've been very unsuccessful at playing OPEX. Sell covered calls? Try to harvest that money back. It's going to be a grind, but you can do it. You could reinvest if you can buy in at a lower cost basis. Any battery manufacturer stocks? Not really. If we hold through a split tomorrow on the same day, will we have to wait until the due bills settle? Yes. Oh, no, not for the contracts. The contracts will be split in the morning. Do you have any recommendation which broker to choose for selling CCs in Germany? I don't know who you guys have access to. Probably IBKR. Is O the realty income you're overexposed to? Yeah. I have too much of it. I need to diversify it, but I haven't yet because it's pays really well. On a scale from incredibly to unbelievably, how excited are you to change your life with my own handmade custom indicator that I made for you? Sounds cool, man. I will mess with it and see if I like it and fill you in on any changes. I can't say I'm ever really super excited about indicators. Not honestly. But I'm trying. I'm trying to be excited about yours. I only see selling of Snap and no insider buying. How much insider buying did you find? I didn't see any insider selling. Maybe this isn't the quarter for it. Interesting. Lie to him? super excited. Snap 722 calls up 40%. Roll the earnings dice or sell half. That's up to you, man. I'd probably take some profits, not just roll it all in the earnings. I full ported into snap calls. You're up then, right? Rule number 1 of Pickle Club is don't be a degen. I don't know if that's actually written anywhere. How much is IV at on these right now? I might not even keep them overnight. Jesus, fuck that. I'm out. Federal Realty Investment Trust has a great dividend. It's a ticker that makes me smile. FRT. Fart. I'll check it out. Because it's gonna crush tomorrow. No risk it, no biscuit. Okay. I'll take my crumbs. Aren't REITs gonna get hit real bad in the coming months? Probably, yeah. I have like a standing sell order on my O that's, you know, reasonably above my cost basis. Have we seen the end of CNS yet, where the stock dips? Seems like we have run pretty consistently after 310. I don't think we've seen an end of CNS. Have we seen CNS closed and we dip? Yeah, that happens. CNS doesn't always go up, if that's what you're asking. What would you say your hit rate is? What do you mean? Like, how many of the plays do I enter that are successful? It's like in the 80% range. It varies. Some months are better than others, but year over year. IV bumped. Of course it did. We just ran up super hard for no reason. I've been trading for a year now. When do I get my first hit? Didn't you buy Docu this week? Popcorn Trader. It was $10 out of the money calls. How? No, I hate Docu. I know you do. But I thought the siren's call of $1 calls would tantalize you enough. I have COVID. I'm not thinking straight, big dog. Fair enough. If I recall Fidelity and ask them to recall my shares and they say no, is that a crime? You know, I did that once and they hung up on me. And then the next guy was like, oh, your shares are totally already recalled. You have share lending turned off. So I just lost money on the SPY. I'm sorry, man. Quants, please don't take advantage of pumping and dumping stocks. Yeah, not really my deal. I don't even really invest in anything that can be pump and dumped. Like most of the stocks I buy are like big index stocks and blue chips and stuff. I don't fuck around with shitty mid caps and penny stocks outside of GameStop. He's not lying. Your shares are totally not being lent. Just those other hundreds of shares that just so happen to have the same serialization numbers that no one will be double checking. I know. Ever consider lending out your shares after selling cover calls? You can't do both, I don't think. Oh yeah, now Bobby's, yeah, I forgot that Bobby's a penny stock too. Well, not yet. Right now it's just floating above penny stock. I'll tell you guys right now, if you ever catch me streaming the pre-market, trying to get people to buy into like micro caps, it means I've lost all my money. Walk away. You think Tesla will keep climbing tomorrow? It could, yeah. I think the market could keep rising too. It still hasn't hit 822. Just become an institution and you can totally lend plus CC the same shares. It's true. After the split, do you think we will be able to get the same amount for a covered call? I mean, not per covered call, but you'd get roughly the same amount for 4 covered calls. No, probably not, Johnny. Do you think Bobby is the worst stock to ever exist and I'm never going to break even on it? No. It's just Bobby's tough for me. If I don't see the things happening that I want to see in the immediate future, I don't want to just bag hold it for a really long time, right? I'd rather have my capital freed up, and I have like a pretty fat chunk of money in Bobby. I don't care. I mean, it's profits from other shit mostly. Like it's not hurting to hold it, but it goes against all of my beliefs. Like I don't like holding shit waiting for something. I'm not a big fan of that. And since it presents no other value, like I'm okay with GameStop because it's highly volatile, right? So it has other value besides just being a stock I'm holding. Bobby currently doesn't have that and may not have that for some time. And if it's a sometime play, I'd rather wait and buy back in at 750 when things are being done than hold it for a year at 5. If you'll just listen to us and become a hedge fund, you can do whatever you want for a small fee payable to the SEC. I'll consider it. The chat is making me think you made it funny, but I was listening and didn't hear anything funny. I don't know what I said that was funny. Did I say something funny? Do you have beliefs outside of stocks? Yeah, I think most people are ignorant. And I don't think that you should wear shorts in public. Or sandals and socks. That's about it. I heard if you DRS your BBY shares gaff that you'll put the company out of business. That's just the calf hubris talking. Listen, if you can't fill out a pair of jeans with your calves, you need to work on your calves. Bobby liked your little speech about it just now. What about 3/4 pants? Capris? Okay. You can wear those. That's acceptable. No, I won't. I lived in Georgia for like 3 months during the summer. I still wore fucking pants outside. That sounds like a pants material problem more than it's a shorts versus pants problem. Some guy heard what you said about Bobby and went, sounds good enough for me, and bought 400,000 shares. Maybe it was Cohen. What about cargo pants? Gotta have a place to store my pickles. You probably shouldn't be keeping pickles in your pocket. Can we get a bullish song for Hopium? No. You think the SPY can push over 400? If it's gonna do it, it needs to do it quick. That's how I feel about it. I was long on the SPY all fucking week. It's petering out. I'm less excited about it now. Although I'm not sure I've been stopped out of my SPY calls. I don't have them open right now. New 13G filed on BBBY. Ooh. Who is it? Is it Cohen? The day I sell my fucking August calls? Son of a bitch. Freeman Capital Management owned 4.9 million shares. That's a pretty big buy. Who the fuck are they? Is that Morgan Freeman's investment company? Brand is Nally? Interesting. RC about to panic buy? Pi-Fi, the sole member of FCM BBBY Holdings. That's exciting. I mean, the news could cause the stock to go up. It's generally not the buying that causes the stocks to go up. It's the news of the buying. 5% of the company gets bought and it rallies 5 cents. That doesn't seem quite right to me. Yeah, probably not. It's moving up more. What's your theory on Snap? I think they I'm still not sure why. But I feel like their announcement to the like their forward projection announcement in the middle of the quarter was bullshit. And they're going to use that to massively beat earnings expectations. By lowering the expectations in advance. Or they're just being honest, but I don't ever trust people to do that. Letter, currently the US options market is pricing in high implied volatility for BBBY derivatives, which can be leveraged and capitalized on in order to affect realignment of BBBY's debt. Yeah, gamma squeeze the company. Go balls deep. I sold my August BBBY calls too. I knew something was gonna fucking happen this week. Ah, you bitch. You know the only thing worse than being wrong is being right and playing it wrong. Looks like the run's over. I don't know about that. That's a very bold statement. Someone just bought 4.9 million shares of BBBY and said, "Hey, this thing's ripe for a squeeze." For once in 8 months of streaming, I feel luckier than you. Congratulations. I mean, I still have leaps and a shitload of shares, but I really wish I had my August calls at $5 still. Maybe I'll buy some 6.
right. Bobby deserves the pickle song. All right. Bobby hasn't had good news in a while. I'll play a song for it.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
They're closing puts? Ooh. Bullish. Is that Adam Levine on this track? Maybe. What if, like, the people making the songs for the channel are just famous music artists and we don't know because they're anonymous and they set up a SoundCloud? Ooh. Look at you, dork. You've done so much so quickly. Was Bobby the play all along? It's a play. There's a reason I've been holding these bags so long. GameStop doing a little. Kids in the back need it again. All right, Mike.
Pickle, pickle, pickle.
And just like that, I'm green on the day. If it heads $10, you'll be green on the year, Popcorn. Someone just bought a shitload of BBBY. No, it's not RC. It's like Freeman Capital something. This might be RC. VUP song for Bobby. All right.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Alright, Pickle Morty. I gotcha. No loophole Apex run for GB on Friday? No idea, man. There could be.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violet outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside.
Are my $6 gonna be
full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Yeah, calls are way up. Mother of God, RC just sent it. Well, we'll see. A long way to go. No, Freeman Capital's not RC. Following says Jake Freeman. Do we know anything about them? No. There's no proof. Yeah, there's no proof it's RC. Although he may, because his position could be threatened. How much was RC's initial Bobby buy-in? 10%? Oh, 9 point, like 9 point something percent, 9.8, I think. That's who's been responsible for making those random big candles, maybe. You know, those are way more than 4.9 million shares, though, right, Dork? How high is this going to run? If it starts hitting the delta on the chain after 6, it could get kind of crazy. Well, the put call like IV parity has flipped already, which is huge. BBBY doesn't necessarily have any volatility positions on it, Arugris. Do you need margin to sell covered calls? No. Hope you've learned your lesson and join me in diamond handing calls from now on. I just bought them back. It was not like a big deal. You tend to exercise August 4 calls? I mean, cashless exercise? Yeah, there was news. 13G filed for BBBY, 4.9 million shares, Freeman Capital. Are puts repositioning Owen Bobby over straight selling? My chart doesn't speak English. It's still too early to tell, probably, but I'll take a look. Yeah, it's still a little too early to tell. Few more minutes. Some weekly puts closing. Some July 29 puts closing. There's a few, but not a lot. June's holiday and July's split could have given them another opportunity. Potentially, but it's too hard to determine what opportunity it would have given them. How come I didn't get a Cena song today? Because we're full bull today. Keep your bearishness away from us, Gaff. Our dead stock has some fucking wings. Some motherfucker in Wyoming just triggered the squeeze. Dude said, F the food shortage, fuck wheat, fuck Idaho and those overpriced potatoes. BBY is a value play. Let's go. Thoughts on TBLT? SI is 132%. It's been running for a month now. Sorry to be annoying. Not annoying. A few people have brought it up. I've looked at it. I don't know. What's the like bull case there? If people think the shorts are going to cover, they probably won't. Squeeze them out a little. I mean, and it's been running up so much. You're almost better just fading the top, right? I played the full bull song. You missed it. Check Discord DMs. Proposal is not good, but they bought it. Maybe I should issue first lien bonds as an efficient means to raise funding from the market. I'm gonna have to read through this whole proposal. Ooh, this is not doing what Cohen wants, though. This is interesting, actually. Ooh, fun stuff to do. It's been 84 years since we've had something you can draw. There's no triangle. Well, a little bit here. $5 million volume candle on IJR and the 1 minute early on in the run. Ooh, interesting. Freeman has about 45% of Cohen's full position, enough to push him to buy more. It may. I mean, who is this guy? What's his net worth? An activist investor off? Yeah. I guess Freeman owns their 2024 debt and is restructuring by using Bye Bye Baby as security. Ooh. Interesting. I think RC will be able to get computer shell to mail his check fast enough. I didn't know Freeman owned their debt. That's very interesting. Maybe Freeman was the one shorting it to begin with. It's possible. I don't know. I need to read more of the proposal and see what he's proposing and how it benefits him. I mean, besides getting his debt paid off. I mean, right now it's bullish, but we'll see. I need to read the whole thing. It's quite long. Maybe he sees the chain, knows if it squeezes, they can offer enough shares to pay him off. Yeah, it's possible. Read it aloud on stream like you're talking to Koala Hugger. No, I really need to sit down with it. It's extensive. Freeman Capital used SEC Rule 13D-1C. Freeman Capital intends to be a passive investor, has no plans to influence or control. Yet. Where's this extensive document? I'll DM it to you, Gaff. Oh, that's the options farm bot. Wait, why can't I DM you? Did you leave the Discord? The fuck? It says you're in the Discord, but I can't send you DMs. I don't know. I don't think my Discord's broken. I didn't end my friendship with GME. That's FUD. Alright, Greg. Can you DM it to me too? I'll just post it in announcements. Is there still a put wall? I think it's dropping. Bobby's Delta flipped positive 200,000. Wow. Shitload of sold puts. Well, they haven't given up on the $6 puts yet. Whoever's buying's institutional. Interesting. Post the pick anyway. I sold my 200 BB buy earlier at 520 to break even and bought 300 back at 3.35. Feel like $1 million bucks. Congratulations, 300 share, Greg. If Bobby hits that ramp, what kind of time frame for it to squeeze? T+2? I don't know. That's tricky. Like, they could fight back against it, right? How do you know it's institutional? Lots of like multi-leg and floor trades, which are not retail. U.S. options markets pricing and high implied volatility for BBY derivatives, which we leveraged and capitalized on in order to effect a realignment of BBY's debt. Isn't that bullish as fuck? Yeah, but he owns that debt, so we'll see. Did you see my DM? I didn't. What's this? BBY is facing existential crisis. Currently, the U.S. market. Yeah, I saw that. Could he be working with RC? Maybe. It's interesting. The whole thing's kind of interesting. We'll see how he's trying to structure their long-term debt. On that note, I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. Hmm. Don't think it's done yet. Yeah, I don't think it's done running. Shit's about to get spicy. Bobby isn't in XRT. My roommate, mom, says BBY squeeze coming. No, I didn't sell calls. I bought more. Jimmy close at 154.20, same as Elon buying Twitter for 54.20. Oh boy. Any idea how much Gex we can expect on Bobby and the T+2 from that run? No. No way RC bought in without knowing who owned the debt. This is a brilliant collaborative play. Pure speculation, but it's getting me hot. This is just arbiters fading the top and stuff. Yeah, I think it's gonna run more, Dork. Hmm. That's interesting. You do the hands thing where you look like you're steering the stock. Why didn't they halt Bobby? It only went up 1%. No, it went up more than that, but not much. From 520. Also, it was really drawn out. Ran up 10% ish. Yeah, but too much time. Right? It's not quite 10% yet, and it's also too much time. What are the chances they need to cover OPEX obligations on Bobby? I have no idea how many there are, even. Bobby's not in XRT, so it's really hard for us to track that. The indexes it's in are like, or the ETFs it's in are way bigger. Ugh. I still have to ask, on 200 contracts of $45, 819 BBY calls, am I doing this right? Maybe. Could this all just be a debt restructure on Bobby? Kind of sounds like it. That'd be bullish, though. That'd be super bullish, Walker. Consider this my 6.2% buy to Pi-Fi. Don't DRS this too quickly. I will not. 0.0000621%, maybe. You think they'll try to halt us into close? GME? No, probably not. Stop losses to lock in a profit, or trailing stop to enjoy the ride. Up to you. What price on Bobby do we need to hit the ramp? It really needs to break above 6. I mean, every dollar up to 10 is pretty important. Exchange the current senior unsecured debt notes for significantly lower par value. Okay. Yeah, I saw the no intention to influence control thing. Neglected? I feel like a true mod now. You're welcome, Visceral. August 19, GME IV below 90 right now. That's cheap. Close. Ooh, it's getting spicy. Interesting. IWM ripping? Huh. Securities analysis focuses on more on bonds so far. Keep reading. It's about evaluating companies. It's not just about bonds. He said baby worth several billion. Interesting. I agree it's worth quite a bit, but I don't know about several billion. All right, Bob P. Why have Bobby $80 leaps not budged? I have no idea. I don't really have very many of them. I don't even have them in an account I have open right now. Have you seen a 13G drop during trading hours? Yeah, it happens. I closed mine. The snap calls, Javi. Are you streaming the earnings from all my calls? It's worth 7 billion. Baby? Yeah. Several, not 7. Several is just more than 3, right? Have you ever farted in a jar and sold it for money? No, is that an option? Because I'll start filling them up. I look like I like looking at HYMC once in a while to see the hedge clippers Adam Aaron is taken to the Wicks. What's 7? Multiple? How do you wind up in the hospital pretending to fart in a jar? She wasn't pretending. Can you get the shirt off if Bobby breaks $6? No, but if it breaks 10, it's off. Bro, check out IWM. Ooh. Looks like someone needs some shares. Bad. Look at that shit. 5 million? A fucking, it's like almost all the volume on IJR today. That's a third of IJR's volume today in one candle. Here's 410. Take it off. Nice try, Grandpa John. I'm not taking off my shirt at 575 like some schlub. Some shirtless schlub. The shirt only comes off on $1 million gains, alright? That's the rule. 7 figures or bust. Right now, my Bobby position's 50% underwater still. Look how hard they're fighting to keep it under 6. Whoever's been suppressing Bobby is not who just bought. I kind of agree with that. More like 7 figures for bust. Yes. Do you think Bobby keeps momentum after hours and tomorrow? AKA, I have 6 calls, 722. Not sure what to do. I have no idea, man. It could. Trades would take it off if AMC finished the day flat. Yeah, but he's a sellout. So, how many multiples do we need to rise on Jimmy to hit $1 million gains? Well, considering I don't have any calls open right now, GME would have to go up by $23, roughly. Smash the put wall. You can do it. No, dude, he's not a sellout. He just got his trucker's license. Way off the road, bud. Don't rehypothecate my jokes, turd. So you bought 5 million shares from a stock that's already over 100% owned. Seems about right. Yeah, that's how the market works. What do you think? You go to the market and you're like, I want shares, and they're like, ah, no more. Sorry. Fresh out. The Dans are eating Dans tonight? The Dans eat Dans every night. How do you think they practice? Yeah, that's not how it works. Is Bobby GME 2020, 2021? A little bit. A little bit. Not quite as much, but maybe a little bit. If RC doubles down, maybe a lot. How many GME shares do you hold? I have a bunch. No, more Rocket Man. We'll have 4 times a bunch tomorrow morning, too. I know. IWM more ripe for puts tomorrow. I like it. I mean, I'm gonna DCA into them anyway. Soon to have less than me. You wish, Gaff. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. Here's the deal, Gaff. You trade me all of your crypto holdings for all of my GME, right? And then you have to run the fucking stream. But you have to run it for 5 years, and you can't sell a single share. Bobby needs a DFB type character. Gurk, I'm looking at you. Oh, Jesus. Sorry to keep asking, why the multi-million intraday volume candles on XRT lately, the past few days? No subsequent price movement up or down based on that huge volume. I have no idea. Lots of creation and redemption going on there right now. TFG. Deep fucking Gurk. I definitely, I think I definitely own more than Moonwind of Bobby. Has Moonwind been buying Bobby? I knew he got some, but I don't know how much. He might actually have me beat. Hey, Cat, got some volume at the end of the day and pushed over 180. Oh, cool. Honestly, what is SPY doing? Who would have called it touching 400? Me. This guy. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was some exciting shit, wasn't it? Actually gonna buy during after hours? No idea. I have no idea what's gonna happen on this. That was fun though. GME up a little bit into close. So still holding this 150 range. Gonna open tomorrow morning. Split. Everybody get prepared to have 4 times the number of shares at 1/4 of the current price. Which will be, what is it? 154.91 right now. 38.72. It's going to be pretty exciting. I'm stoked. It's been a long time coming, but it's finally here. GameStop today, though, dropping off in the morning, probably on the back of some sell-offs of weekly calls, honestly. I'll look at JFresh's data tonight to confirm that. But that's what it looks like. A lot of deleveraging, rose slightly throughout the midday with the market. I wouldn't say in proportion to. There was this weird period of either large buying or covering. I'm not sure where this volume came from. I'll look into that as well. SPY still continuing to rally for no apparent reason besides lack of bad news, but it's broken over that 398 support slightly, or resistance slightly. It could continue to move up into tomorrow. I do think it will move up or move down into the middle of next week. So if you're looking to fade the top, volume is kind of decreasing. And so this could be a good opportunity to start moving into positions to the downside for the coming weeks. I think that's about it. Snap moving up, Snap Theory. It's a loose one, but I think they lied about their forward projections. Only 35 more market cap till Wall Street Bet gets a hold of it. 35. Oh. Morden was right all along. Jimmy back to 40. Win $40 tomorrow morning. ES has almost filled that June 9th gap. Major test for it. Yeah. I would not be surprised if we start to see a downturn, maybe even tomorrow. Yeah, I know what would make it better, Stefan. Song before you... Pickle song before you go. No. No more songs. Alright, fine. One more song. But then that's it. No more songs. I'm just gonna play it once.
Pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, stand stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, stand stop as we rock. pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, buy it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.